Okay, welcome to Time's 2024 election night coverage. We'll be following developments from around the country with our Time reporters tonight. And I just want to tell you, you're looking right now, you can see that's a map of the country. At the top of your screen is a live tracker from the Associated Press showing Electoral College vote tallies as they come in. Remember, this is a very intricate process. It may take many hours, even days to resolve. So we're here to keep you updated in the meantime. We thought we would start our coverage tonight with a look back, like way, way back, with D.W. Pine, who's the creative director of Time, and he's here to give us some insight into how Time has covered elections, something that started exactly 100 years ago.
In 1924, the election was held on Tuesday, November 4th, and since the print issue closed on Wednesdays, the editors put theater actor Ethel Barrymore on the cover with the following message inside. As this issue of Time goes on the presses, the election returns are still too incomplete for a significant analysis of the results. 1 week later, for the November 17th issue, Time's editors featured Speaker of the House Frederick Huntington Gillette on the cover, but there were 5 pages inside analyzing Calvin Coolidge's landslide victory with 16 million votes, double that of Democrat John Davis. But inside, there was also a message that they were preliminary reports. It is days after an election before final official counts are completed and totals tabulated. These figures are extremely conservative. In fact, for the first 6 election covers, Time didn't even put the president-elect on the main cover. For the 1940 election, Time featured U.S. Marine General Thomas Holcomb on the front cover, and instead, for the first time, produced a special election extra section, and on the first page printed, "For news of the election, see the special 8-page election extra, which Time publishes this week." The extra is to be delivered with the issue everywhere except Florida, parts of Texas, and the Mountain and Pacific Coast states. To subscribers there, the extra is being rushed by plane in the hope that it will be delivered separately in the same mail as the regular issue. But it is inevitable in an operation conducted at such speed and under such pressure that deliveries may be late in some areas. The Wednesday close made it difficult to fully confirm the results, as 11 states were still too close. But of course, in the end, Roosevelt won handily with 449 electoral votes. So, back to election night. 9 of the last 10 election night covers have featured a photo from the president-elect's speech accepting the presidency, including in 2020 on Saturday, November 7th, 4 days after the election, when President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris appeared in Wilmington, Delaware. And in 2016, at almost 3 a.m. on election night, with President-elect Donald Trump in New York City. But of course, it's not always as clear-cut as that, so let's go to 2000. And I think editor Walter Isaacson's essay captured it perfectly. After writing about having to give his daughter a history lesson on the Electoral College, Walter then wrote, "After a week in which folks were buffeted by inaccurate bulletins and torrents of shattered opinions, we worked hard to fulfill what we see as our role here at Time, getting behind the scenes to tell the real story, capturing the human emotions and historic resonances, turning random facts into reliable narratives, and putting even the wildest of weeks into smart perspective. That hard work was evident as we had to produce 86 pages that needed to be filled without a result in the presidential race. It took more than a month over 5 consecutive covers to finally put the president-elect, George Bush, on the cover, which happened to be our Person of the Year issue. And no matter what happens over the next 24 hours, one thing is certain: we will produce our 26th election night cover of Time at some point.
The 2024 election has been one for the record books, to say the least. I mean, certainly they all are in their own special way, but this year, a history-making, election-shaking debate was at the center of it. My colleague Nick Popley has more on the history of debates in U.S. elections.
Presidential debates have been a staple of campaigns for decades, and history has shown that they can have the power to sway undecided voters and solidify public perception of the candidates. In 2024, it was a debate that arguably changed the course of the campaign completely. President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump met on stage in Atlanta on June 27 for the first presidential debate of the 2024 election, which may have ultimately led to Biden ending his bid for re-election. Democrats were shaken when the 81-year-old stumbled his way through the debate, mixing up names and figures, losing his train of thought, failing to parry back against Trump's lies, and struggling to describe his own accomplishments and vision for a second term.
The total initiative relative to what we can do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
His disastrous debate performance spurred a dramatic revolt within his own party in the weeks that followed, with top Democrats calling for Biden to step aside. Biden dropped out of the race on July 21st and endorsed his Vice President Kamala Harris to take his place.
I made my choice. I made my views known.
Let's look back at some of the other debates in history that have also moved the needle. The 1960 debate between John F. Kennedy and Richard Nixon. The first debate between Kennedy and Nixon is considered one of the most significant because it entrenched the idea that appearances are an important part of presidential campaigns. The debate is also considered the first nationally televised presidential debate in history. The best-known narrative about the debate is that then Vice President Nixon lost the election because he looked old and tired during the debate, while Kennedy, then a senator from Massachusetts, wore makeup and appeared young and vibrant. People who watched the debate on television generally believed that Kennedy had won the debate, but those who listened to their speeches on the radio believed that Nixon had performed better. Now, some historians argue this explanation doesn't hold up because of different demographics between TV viewers and radio listeners, and we have very little empirical research to suggest that's why Kennedy won the election. The 1976 debate between Jimmy Carter and Gerald Ford. After the Nixon-Kennedy election, a long period passed without any general election debates until President Gerald Ford fell behind during the 1976 campaign and decided he needed to debate then Georgia Governor Jimmy Carter. The debates are best remembered for a single moment during the pair's second debate.
There is no Soviet domination of Eastern Europe, and there never will be under a Ford administration.
Could I just follow? Did I understand you to say, sir, that the Russians are not using Eastern Europe as their own sphere of influence and occupying?
Historians argue that the moment was particularly damaging for Ford because of the media reporting after the debate, which contributed to the narrative that he was clumsy and not up for the presidency. The 1980 debate between Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan. For most of the 1980 campaign cycle, Jimmy Carter had been unwilling to debate Ronald Reagan, who was considered a master of visuals and humor. But Carter changed his mind about 10 days before the election after realizing that he was trailing in the polls and needed a last-minute pitch to undecided voters. Carter peppered his rhetoric with facts and policy, and Reagan countered with one-line catchphrases.
Are you better off than you were 4 years ago?
Governor?
There you go again.
Experts argue that Reagan went on to win the election 1 week later, in part because he came across as very confident and amiable in that debate. The 1992 debate between George H.W. Bush, Bill Clinton, and Ross Perot. Unlike most other presidential debates where candidates respond to moderator questions, the second debate in 1992 was conducted in a more relaxed town hall format suggested by Bill Clinton's campaign. The format was seen as benefiting Clinton, who voters thought seemed more likable than his opponents over the course of 3 debates. In one famous moment during the second debate, President Bush was caught on camera looking at his watch as a voter in Richmond, Virginia asked a question about the national debt, giving viewers the sense he was being passive or bored. The debates also introduced the public to third-party candidate Ross Perot, who garnered almost 19% of the vote. Exit polls suggested that Perot took votes from Clinton and Bush about equally. the 2000 debate between George W. Bush and Al Gore. The debates were particularly important in the 2000 election. Vice President Al Gore had been in high-profile debates before, whereas Texas Governor George Bush was a relative newcomer known to stumble over his words. During the first debate, microphones caught Gore loudly sighing in response to Bush's answers.
In the state of Texas, that's what a governor gets to do.
At the third debate, Gore walked up to Bush as he was speaking, seemingly to intimidate him. Bush smirked and continued on, but the moment prompted the audience to laugh. Time wrote in 2000, "The pundits and the polls agreed. Gore had won the debate. Then he lost." Within a week, Bush had opened up a lead in several polls, as voters apparently decided they were tired of Professor Know-It-All.
In 2024, following his debate with Biden, Republican candidate Donald Trump went on to debate Vice President Kamala Harris just once. The race remained deadlocked, and it likely will not go down in the history books as a debate that moved the needle.
After President Biden announced his decision to withdraw from the race, we spoke to Lawrence Jacobs from the University of Minnesota for a story that we did in July about changes to the nominating process over the years and how that affected the position in which Democrats found themselves.
At the state and city level, they were known as political machines. They would trade jobs and government contracts, and they would fight over who the nominee was going to be at the national level.
President Lyndon Johnson of Texas and Senator Hubert Humphrey of Minnesota.
Those party organizations begin to lose strength as you go through the 20th century. You hear a lot of talk about reform, and attention starts to focus on, well, could voters really have a say in nominating the candidates? It doesn't really go anywhere except in the South, where the primary becomes the tool used by the white supremacists to make sure that the whites wouldn't be splitting their votes and a black candidate winning. You move up into the 60s, and the primaries are still, they're there, but they're not dominant. It's still kind of the party machine, party organizations, the state, national level that are making those choices. So you move into 1968, Lyndon Johnson was running for president, but he is weak because of the Vietnam War. He has a very close election win in the state of New Hampshire. As a result of that, and seeing that it was going to be a slog for Johnson to win the party's nomination, he surprisingly pulls out.
I shall not seek, and I will not accept the nomination of my party for another term as your president.
His vice president, Hubert Humphrey, jumps into the race. And Humphrey is organizing that state and national party apparatus that Johnson had behind him, so that by the time you roll around to the convention in Chicago, Humphrey's already, in effect, won the nomination, even though he did not run in a single primary. Now that is the old party structure. But parallel to it, you had folks like Eugene McCarthy, Robert Kennedy running in the primaries, and they were winning.
I do not run for the presidency merely to oppose any man, but to propose new policies.
Kennedy, of course, is killed by an assassin. Eugene McCarthy rolls into Chicago, and him and his supporters are outraged that Humphrey's going to be nominated, even though he has not won even a majority of the delegates through the primary system. Humphrey's playing by the rules of the game. They've lost credibility over the decades. Chicago was an extraordinary moment in 1968. You've got mass protest over the Vietnam War and also great resistance to the economic inequality, racial injustice in the country. The Chicago political structure is controlled by Mayor Daley, who is outraged by these signs of protest. And as later reports would conclude, there was a police riot. The police just went crazy, and they were beating up the protesters outside the Democratic Convention. This is on the streets, is mayhem.
Well, they all have different points of view, and there are some powerful leaders. So they get down to a convention and you can expect to have something happen. We have one factor that seems to cause a healing process to speed up, and that is the Republican opposition.
And as the convention is coming to a close, you've got this rebellion within the convention hall, and the critics in the party are saying this is not democratic. Meanwhile, on the streets, you've got the students and the socialists and other protesters saying that the party is not democratic, that America is not democratic, and it is a real crisis. One of the last acts of the convention, 68, was a referendum to start an investigation to look into how the party nominates its candidates. One of the results is the adoption around the country of direct primary elections to select the presidential candidate for the Democratic Party.
I accept your nomination with a full and grateful heart.
1972, this process we're talking about is why there is no political party to step in and say, Mr. Joe Biden, thank you for your career, but you're not going to be the candidate. If you were in Germany, France, or England, you would have had the party leadership ushering them off the stage. There would have been some kind of intervention.
My vision for America's future all merited a second term, but nothing can come in the way of saving our democracy. That includes personal ambition. I'd like to thank our great Vice President Kamala Harris. She's experienced, she's tough, she's capable. She's been an incredible partner to me and a leader for our country.
In America, there is no power, there is no party there who is going to, move the candidate out. The candidate controls their own destiny.
I knew you were still there. You're not going anywhere, Joe.
I'm watching you, kid. I'm watching you, kid. I love you.
I love you, Joe.
The purpose for the primaries, back to 68 was more democracy, get people involved. This needs to be about participation. But what we found over the decades is the proportion of people turning out to vote in the primary was very small. 15, 20, sometimes very competitive election, possibly 30%. And the people who are turning out were not representative. They tend to be more liberal, and especially on the conservative side, very conservative libertarian. And it helps to explain why Donald Trump, was locked up the nomination, even though there are plenty of Republicans who have doubts about him. The people who show up at the primary are making the decision about the nomination. Now we're looking at a situation with Kamala Harris being endorsed by Joe Biden and other leaders, and we're going to have kind of off-road sort of political maneuvering. There's going to be a lot of coming discussion about whether this is democratic, whether there ought to be an open convention to decide it, whether having the delegates vote virtually without any kind of public debate is really a violation of democratic procedure. And my point here is, go back to the beginning. The way this was set up in 1972 and how it's evolved into really a process of relatively small numbers, more extreme elements of our political process participating, is guaranteed this was not going to be democratic.
Trump's pick for running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, came as a surprise to many. After all, Vance had a history of being anti-Trump before pivoting to becoming one of his more outspoken supporters. Times politics correspondent Eric Cordelesa spoke with us more about a story he wrote profiling Vance and also what J.D. Vance means for the future of the Republican Party.
On August 27th, I traveled with Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance on his campaign plan. In the conversation, Vance griped about the ongoing controversies he's been ensnared in since Trump tapped him to be his running mate, some of which you've probably heard about, from the resurfacing of his remarks in 2021.
Look, what I was basically saying is that we're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies.
To more recently, his willingness to spread the baseless claim that Haitian migrants are eating people's pets in an Ohio city. All of that has been costly for Vance. Public opinion of him has fallen since his debut as Trump's VP. Vance's elevation as Trump's number 2 marked the apex of a surprising and improbable trajectory. The Ohio senator has positioned himself at the vanguard of an emerging ideology, often described as the New Right or national conservatism. The movement is a lot of things at once. It is staunchly socially conservative, it is economically populist or nationalist, and it is also opposed to muscular intervention abroad. New right politics mark a rebellion against the policy orthodoxies that defined the Republican Party for decades. Vance himself argues that a combination of free trade agreements, increased immigration, and market consolidation has led to a loss of jobs and opportunities in middle America, vesting too much cultural and economic power with liberal elites and in corporate boardrooms on the coasts. By tacking to the right on culture, but in some ways to the left on the economy, the New Right argues that it can chip away at the Democrats' coalition. On the economy, Vance shares Trump's desire to embark on a protectionist trade regime, particularly across-the-board tariffs and very large tariffs on Chinese imports. Both of them say it's to create and protect manufacturing jobs in America. But it's not clear that tariffs work to that effect. According to one study, America lost more than 300,000 manufacturing jobs in Trump's first term, even before the pandemic, when he was waging a trade war with China. But one area where there is tension between Trump's agenda and Vance's professed populist worldview is on political economy and on taxes and regulation. Trump's signature first-term legislative accomplishment was a massive tax cut for the wealthiest Americans and biggest corporations. He has also prided himself on being a deregulator of the economy. More recently, Trump told some of the nation's wealthiest donors that he would lower their tax burdens as president and make them even richer. Not exactly populist. All of that is anathema to the values that Vance espouses. He has written and has said many times that elites push public policy to benefit themselves. As a senator, he teamed up with Democrats to beef up regulations on railways and CEO bank pay and to eliminate tax breaks for large corporate mergers. He also authored a bill to crack down on the Visa MasterCard duopoly and has praised Biden's progressive, trust-busting FTC chair, Lina Khan. Vance has evolved into one of the former president's most vehement boosters. He's been a forceful tribune for much of Trump's agenda. While many Republicans will rhetorically draw a distinction between legal versus illegal immigration, Vance has taken the hardline view that increased immigration, period, is a problem. He told me that he thinks increased immigration, quote, erodes social trust and facilitates a lot of bad things. If Trump wins the election, he and Vance plan to deport millions of migrants and to shut down the southern border. Trump told me last April that he would be willing to use the National Guard and even other branches of the U.S. military in order to embark on a deportation operation of that scale, despite U.S. law forbidding the deployment of the military against civilians. Vance has said that Trump should be immune from criminal prosecution and has endorsed his ideas to concentrate power inside the executive branch as president, including by firing civil servants at will and withholding congressionally appropriated funds. In our conversation, he talked about supporting Trump's idea for the president to have influence over the Federal Reserve, eroding a long-standing division of power that prevents presidents with political motives from determining interest rates or monetary policy. Many suspect that Vance would be a willing enabler of Trump's designs for enhanced presidential power. During the final stretch of the campaign, Vance's ideas and political instincts alike will be tested like never before. Ultimately, the election will determine whether he can advance himself and his ideas and gain power, or whether he would have made the wrong bet, lashing himself to Trump. What follows in the days and weeks and months and even years after the election will also test whether MAGA as a political movement can endure post-Trump.
Okay, you are looking right now at a live shot of a polling site in Langhorne, Pennsylvania, which is in Bucks County. All eyes on Pennsylvania tonight. It's a hotly contested swing state, as you know. Polls there close at 8 p.m. We will be checking back in with all of these locations for most of the night. Okay, let's talk now about one of the hot button issues in this election, which was something called Project 2025, a document published by an ultra-conservative organization in 2023 that lays out a wish list for the next Republican president. In July, our reporter Rebecca Schneid wrote about Project 2025, and here she explains what this 900-page proposal is calling for.
Project 2025 is now a major talking point for politicians and voters in the upcoming presidential election. Led by the right-wing think tank Heritage Foundation, Project 2025 is a collection of conservative policies and a blueprint for the next conservative president, who would be Donald Trump if elected in November. The 2025 project, published in 2023, has gained a lot of attention following the first presidential debate. The $22 million effort funded by donors includes a nearly 1,000-page handbook that detailed a conservative agenda for the next president. It does not say it is specifically intended for Trump, but that it wants a conservative as the next commander-in-chief. However, the project celebrates various orders brought in during Trump's time in the White House, including his abortion and immigration policies. The handbook outlines an expansion of presidential power and plans to fire as many as 50,000 government workers to be replaced with conservatives, including a top-to-bottom overhaul of the Department of Justice and the FBI. It calls for the next conservative administration to rescue the country from the grip of the radical left, which includes policies like a crackdown on abortion pills, the reinstatement of the Trump-era immigration bans, a ban on transgender people serving in the military, and eliminating the Department of Education. On July 5th, Trump disavowed his involvement in Project 2025 in a post on Truth Social, his own social media platform owned by the Trump Media and Technology Group. Still, multiple former Trump administration officials have contributed to Project 2025, including former Acting Secretary of Defense Christopher Miller and former Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security Ken Cuccinelli. Russ Vought and Ned Martin, both of whom helped shape the RNC's party platform, and former White House Personnel Chief John McEntee, are tied to Project 2025. Since President Biden's much-criticized debate performance, his re-election campaign has worked to draw more attention to what they view as an extreme agenda, particularly as Biden tries to keep fellow Democrats on board. On July 6th, Biden's campaign released a statement by the president assailing Trump's claim that he's not involved with Project 2025, saying it was written for him by those closest to him.
Project 2025 will destroy America. Look it up.
The Biden campaign has even put together their own website, breaking down what Project 2025 is for Democrats and supporters. The campaign has also been reposting news sources criticizing the agenda and even sharing memes about Project 2025. Where Trump's campaign distances itself, Biden's digs deeper, trying to prove that if Trump is elected, this will be the policy reality starting in 2025.
Okay, and we're back. That's Langhorne, Pennsylvania, that you're still looking at. And reminder, polls there close at 8. It's unusual for a document like Project 2025 to take up so much attention because it's a document. But after all, it did seem to attract a lot of attention, including from candidates. So here's what Donald Trump and Kamala Harris have said about Project 2025 in this election cycle.
So Project 2025 is a plan to return America to a dark past. Donald Trump and his extreme allies want to take our nation back to failed trickle-down economic policies, back to union busting, back to tax breaks for billionaires. Donald Trump and his allies want to cut Medicare and Social Security, to stop student loan forgiveness for teachers and other public servants. And I say to AFT, they even want to eliminate the Department of Education and end Head Start, which of course would take away preschool from hundreds of thousands of our children. He intends to give tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations and make working families foot the bill. And he intends to end the Affordable Care Act. You know, America has tried these failed economic policies before, but we are not going back. We are not going back.
And they come up with this, I don't know what the hell it is, it's Project 25. He's involved in Project, and then they read some of the things, and they are extreme. I mean, they're seriously extreme. But I don't know anything about it. I don't want to know anything about it. But what they do is misinformation and disinformation, and they keep saying, he's a threat to democracy. I'm saying, what the hell did I do for democracy? Last week, I took a bullet for democracy. What did I do against democracy?
All right, we're back again. Again, you are looking at Langhorne, Pennsylvania. That's a polling site there. People lining up to vote before polls close at 8 p.m. There are more than 150 million Americans projected to vote in this election. It's an incredibly complicated process, in part because the 50 states plus the District of Columbia run their own elections, and each place does things a little differently. Election officials are like the opposite of candidates. They typically avoid the spotlight and focus on the behind-the-scenes details. But increasingly, local election officials have been in the spotlight in ways that they never expected or asked for. Time worked with filmmakers Sarah Archambault and Margot Guernsey and executive producers Maida Lynn and Sarah Longwell on this short documentary that introduces election officials from 4 battleground states who are holding the line against organized efforts to undermine their work. And we hope you'll take a moment to watch it now.
Really appreciate this opportunity. It really is important to me to have the chance to come and talk to people around the state and to be able to answer their questions directly. You know, I know elections are something that are absolutely, you know, sacred to people, and so being able to get answers to your questions is something I think you'll find I do not take lightly.
All right, the first question I have is, if election results can be trusted, why are you here?
Running elections is not easy, but even when we had tough times in the past, we didn't see anything like this level of scrutiny. Not even close.
There's so much that people just don't recognize it happens in elections. To get the calendar blocked, get everything set up, classes for election workers, prepping, you know, all the other precinct tabulators. All of our software stuff has to be looked at, polls materials, so it's constant.
There's so many details in elections, and election officials don't have room for error. Thank you. That creates anxiety. And in this environment, you just don't know what to expect anymore. But it's an honor. My job is to make sure the voters' voice is heard. So I'm a complete dork about elections. We got the future voter stickers. So excited.
The administration of election is a thankless job. Nobody grows up and says, I want to be an election administrator. You stumble into it. And you like it because it's worthy. It's a worthy profession. You're helping people.
I love all the process of it, the logic of it. Like yes or no, on or off, 1 or 0. You win or you lose.
Wisconsin always has close elections. We are the most purple of purple states. Knowing that the margins are going to be narrow, we have to be on top of so much.
Yeah, let me transfer you to one of our election administration specialists.
Yesterday, we received 175 phone calls and 461 emails.
As the nonpartisan chief election official for the state, I support the officials who handle everything at the local level, including Election Day. It is an enormous event. I mean, We have about 4,000 polling places that will be up and running in 2024 during the presidential election. We have 1,850 municipal clerks. We have probably about 40,000 poll workers. Think about that just from like an events planning perspective. If somebody plans a big event, it's usually in one place on one day. You sort of have these set conditions. Imagine running 4,000 events on a single day. It has to be done perfectly. And we have 4 statewide elections in 2024. So we're about to start not just a sprint, we're about to start that marathon that is election year.
DTE, with all of this power outage, are we meeting with them or have we met with them?
We have met with them.
These buildings, I'm really concerned with this weather.
Yeah.
As cold as it is, election is in a couple weeks.
For the presidential primary election, we received 26,760 applications.
Being an elected official in the city of Detroit, you live in a fishbowl. You feel like you're always being watched. The community wants it done well and they want it done right. And I've always been the kind of person, if you can do better, do better. I was a teacher and a mother and a wife. And the election results, I think, were 2004. Took 2 weeks for us to get, for the city of Detroit, the largest city in the state, to get all of our election results. And I thought we can do better. So I told my husband, you know what? I'm going to run for this because this makes no sense. And I consider myself an educator still, but the walls have been brought down, right? I'm no longer confined to a classroom, but I teach an entire city.
Detroit is a gritty town. We've been battle tested, and its people demonstrate that same spirit on a day-to-day basis. Now, in '85, when I first started working here with punch cards, elections remained under the radar. The only thing that you heard about elections were the results. You never heard about the administration of the process. It wasn't until the 2000 presidential election that people began to look at elections differently. And for the first time, election workers who had always operated behind the scenes were in the spotlight.
Election officials, we plan for a perfect election. That's the goal. There's so much that goes into it, and I'm a planner. I love to know ahead of time how everything's gonna work. These are all color-coded too. Everybody has a color code, so all of their poll books match their color codes. We're setting everything up for logic and accuracy testing. If you pull off the seal, it shows a void mark on it. So once the bipartisan teams get done testing, these all get a seal on them when they're locked. We're adding security to the office. We're adding cameras, we're adding sensors. These are the scanners that go to the color-coded, like Poplar Ridge is green because it's in the Tenora School District and they're green. It's just a really good feeling like I get to let people vote. I mean, there's not a lot of people that can do that.
Marion County Election Center, this is Diana. How may I help you? You have 29 days before any election to declare a party.
500,000 registered voters in the city of Detroit. We have 200 and some odd polling locations.
So they had enough signatures for the constitutional amendment, so it'll be on the November ballot.
Which one?
The abortion issue.
When we get those ballots, they go down to the Department of Elections, they verify the signatures, they upload that information in the mission.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Glad everybody is back. It's great to see so many faces that I recognize. I like to start, seeing if there's any questions anybody has out there as it relates to the election process. Anything's fair game except for politics and personal opinion.
I do run on a party ticket. I've been a registered Republican. I probably shouldn't name the party, but I did. So I've been registered with a party, basically since day one.
but there are no politics as it relates to partisanship inside here. I feel as a supervisor of elections, you know, I get to hold a position that at the end of the night tells you who won and who lost. And so my own personal opinion should never cause you doubt.
Each office in Ohio is run by a bipartisan team. I'm affiliated with the Republican Party. Roseanne, my partner, is actually affiliated with the Democratic Party.
So we gotta enable everything on them.
I think it's really beneficial that we don't have one party running an election. Everyone's represented, and somebody comes in and doesn't know what party we are here, then we're doing our job well.
This is my 9th presidential election cycle. And there's one thing that gets said, I think, at every single one of them, and that is, this is the most important presidential election cycle in our lifetime. So do you believe this one, the 2024 presidential election cycle, is the most important in our lifetime? You know, I do. Not from a political candidate perspective like that. It's for the process of conducting elections in and of itself, because the election process is under attack.
Election officials across this country have been under attack since 2020, falsely accused of conspiring to steal or rig the last presidential election.
Amid a torrent of misinformation and falsehood, election denialism is now a potent political force.
I am very worried about the fairness and security of our elections if Megan Wolf remains in charge of them. It's Ms. Wolf that allowed for the use of illegal drop boxes and ballot harvesting, and there's so much more.
The criticism of election officials that we're experiencing, that's really been the change over the last few years. When the pandemic happened, the environment was so heightened that making claims about elections in order to sort of disparage the process, that really started to take off.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country.
Here in Wisconsin, it was a concerted effort to just pile these claims out of thin air on top of election officials through litigation, through public records requests, through courts, through audits, through recounts. All of a sudden, you know, instead of people looking at the record that's in front of them, they were just sort of making things up out of anger. It just felt overwhelming. We were no longer working in a place of reality. We had now crossed over into this place where facts didn't matter anymore.
You rigged my election, you piece of.
Several of my colleagues, not only here in Florida, but across the country, we started receiving calls where they would personally name us and personally blame us for the outcome of the election. You know, one of my colleagues just south of me a little bit, who's registered same party affiliation as I am, and they're saying, you know, he was in on the conspiracy to elect the Democratic candidate in here. I'm like, did you see the results? Former president won the state of Florida and won by a substantial amount. You know, so it didn't make sense to me. It's still to this day. I don't know, to what end are we doing this? You know, to what end?
Some stunning testimony before Congress from Detroit City Clerk Janice Winfrey. She says she's losing staff and living in fear because of claims of fraud in the 2020 election.
And the greatest threat came to me when I was taking a walk just to clear my mind. The park is 2 blocks from my home. One day, this big 6'3" guy gets out the car. He says, I've been watching you. I noticed you don't have your dog with you today. And because of you, Trump lost. Why did you allow Trump to lose? And you're gonna pay for that. And a neighbor who happened to be driving by, she saw me and she said, Miss Winfrey, are you okay? I said, I absolutely am not. And she kind of circled her car around this man so that I could get home. So I did not tell my husband when I got home. I got very angry. And I went out looking for him. I know. What was I gonna do? What it did for me, it gave me this adrenaline. It's like, are you kidding me? How dare you? How dare you?
It's just a constant demonizing of election officials when we could go back to 2015 and nobody knew we were here. It was kind of great. Now, I go to church and someone's sitting at the end of the pew that has just been attacking us on social media. This was happening with different election officials across the country. I hate that elections have been demonized. I hate that people don't understand what we do because we're really proud of what we do. I mean, we know we run good elections. We test everything. We go through every checklist. We make sure everything is done to the letter of the law because we want the community to see us as people who are fighting for what's right and fighting to make sure that people's voices are heard no matter what the outcome.
What happened is that the process of making sure that the candidate who wins is the individual who received the most votes, that whole process has been politicized.
You already shared that things changed in 2020. Can you talk about what kinds of pressures were you under?
Tremendous pressure. I had COVID a couple times. My husband had COVID, and he was suffering with stage 4 cancer. So it felt pretty chaotic.
This is Hall E of then TCF Center, where we were tabulating more than 174,000 absentee ballots. This room was saturated with energy. When the initial results were reported, Trump was leading in Michigan. But after Wayne County began to report their results, Biden was up. And then that's when this chanting erupted. But even in the midst of all of the chaos, every last one of those ballots were tabulated. But then the certification of the election results went to the State Board of Canvassers, and that's where the major challenge came.
The Board of Canvassers did not want to certify our elections, and they were making it very partisan, and that really irks me because I'm a nonpartisan clerk. But they said they would not certify unless I present myself in person via Zoom. This is the first time I recall ever being called in to speak before the Board of Canvassers. But when you tell me that we won't certify unless you present yourself and you know that I have COVID and you know that my family is not well, I do it anyway.
We've done everything to ensure that our process is open, that our process is transparent, and that it is administered.
I just picked my husband up from the hospital, and then I went into the conference room and said my piece in terms of why this election should be certified. And thank the Lord it was certified. And I went home.
Marion County Supervisor of Elections, this is Madison. How can I help you?
Did you want all the elections by mail this year?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. It has been brought to my attention that you think this election is yours.
This is not your election. This is the election of the people. So if you want to live in a communist country, you go to Cuba or Venezuela. You go eat dogs over there, but not us, all right?
Wesley Wilcox goes on CNN and tells people that basically he's above audits, that you're not going to audit his elections because he does it right, and you just have to believe he does it right because he says so.
I mean, some of the things that get tossed at me, like, you're not doing your job, you're not competent, you need to follow the law. And I'm like, I am following the law.
Let me tell you, Mr. Wilcox, I have got a platoon of lawyers ready to bring you to court, and the citizens of Marion County won't stand for shenanigans in the upcoming elections.
You know, I'm being attacked for things that I supposedly said that I never said. The local guy that was on the radio, I'd been on that show a couple times.
you know, talking about election stuff, known them for a long time, and the lack of decency to text me and say, hey, we heard you said this. You know, if you said that, you know, I'm like, you know, at least contact me and see, and I'll show you everything I've got, everything I've done in a public manner.
Representative Voss, I am calling on you to have impeachment papers at the ready to remove her from office so that the state can restore my civil right to have my vote count.
Tonight, there's a new turn in the fight over who will lead Wisconsin's elections. Senate Republicans want to have a nomination vote so they can reject Wisconsin Elections Commission Administrator Megan Wolf.
Today, Republicans held the first public hearing on Wolf's renomination. These are felony crimes. This is the cause of Megan Wolf.
We will not back down. We will not tire out. We are watching your every move.
Not only don't renew her, fire her.
You know, some of these people, the way they'll just say my name or they'll describe me, they just do it with such anger, such vitriol. It's really almost absurd how drastically the tables turned on me. I mean, in 2018, my commission bipartisanly, unanimously supported me as the administrator. And then the Republican-controlled Senate unanimously confirmed me. But after the 2020 election, it felt like I became public enemy number one.
The governor has implemented or approved extra security for her. We've talked about this before, documented some of the threats targeting her.
I can tell you that some of them are threats to her safety and her family's safety and well-being, and some of them have been treated as very legitimate. In other words, from people who had plans and intents and opportunities to do harm.
You know, I don't fault people that have these strong feelings and opinions about elections. I have strong feelings about elections. I think we all do because we know how important it is. All I want is to show people how elections work so that they can have confidence in the process. You know, if there's tough questions tonight, that's okay. I live my life in the hot seat. I really do. And it's my great pleasure tonight to talk to you about the different levels of Wisconsin government and what everyone's role is in Wisconsin elections.
This question's for Megan Wolf. What do you have in place to be able to tell the difference between an eligible voter and extra names that they didn't qualify or aren't eligible?
People who your municipal clerk has said, we've reviewed a voter registration and we say that this person is lawfully able to appear on the poll book.
In looking for quote-unquote fraud cases, how many of those per election?
A lot of general elections, there's less than 20. But if some type of fraud were committed, there is also audits that are done after the election. And so what they're doing in that audit is they're going to hand count those ballots and ensure that the total is the same as the total on the electronic tabulation equipment. So every single ballot cast in the state of Wisconsin has to have a paper trail.
I am wondering why my father, who passed away, is still on an inactive role. Should he not be completely off because he is deceased?
So much for safe and secure elections. Are you going to pledge to stop that from happening this year? Yes or no? Are you going to stop that?
Why didn't you do anything about it? Answer the question.
We're not learning from history.
The thing that I think the vast majority of election administrators have wished is, you know, not to be any part of the news story. We never wanted to be part of the story. But now, unfortunately, we are. We've had to add security. 4 years ago, you could have shaken the hand of the person on the other side of the desk right there. And now you're behind glass. We had to add monitors and security cameras because in today's world, when people come to visit us, one of the first things that crosses our mind is, are you there to harm us? So those are things that have had to come into this process that weren't ever really contemplated before.
That's hard to kind of, you know, accept that no matter how well we do our jobs, no matter how perfectly the election is run, no matter how many recounts we have, no matter how many audits of the election we have, there's still going to be these claims that are made. But As I look ahead to November, if I'm being really frank, I worry about how the turmoil around my position, if it's going to be an easy way for those that wish to sow distrust on elections, if it'll be an easy way for them to sort of cast doubt on the state of Wisconsin. And so I worry a lot about, am I making the right decision by continuing to push back? But I also think that we cannot set the precedent that harassing, bullying, threatening an election official is an effective way to get rid of them. We cannot let that be the case, because then it's going to keep happening.
Our country is in a very delicate place. It's almost scary. I don't allow myself to be afraid, but I do feel that all the more reason why we have to do what we do as election administrators to the best of our ability, but more than that, to the letter of the law. I believe that democracy is in our hands. It's in our hands. I miss him so much. But he would want us to keep going. He would want us to go big or go home. That's what he says, right? So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna administer this election like we've never administered an election, in the spirit of perfection.
I like what I do. I like the election process. I still believe I'm the best person to do this here for Marion County, Florida. And I'm a little obstinate. I don't want anybody to think they've run me out. It's gonna take a little bit more.
The biggest challenge is, in order for democracy to be true, people have to engage.
Our next election is going to be a superhero theme. At the polls on Election Day, if you want to wear a superhero t-shirt, you are more than welcome. We are calling you guys defenders of democracy this time instead of poll workers, because poll workers just not a good enough title for you anymore. You do way more than that. I don't know if there's going to be animosity or issues in the general election, but I think anything that happens after the November election is not in my control. If people don't trust our counts, if people don't trust the transition, order there until you see it come on. The only control I have is to make sure our election is run properly and fairly. And the rest, that's up to the voters.
Okay, you are looking now at a live shot from a polling place in Las Vegas, Nevada. Polls there close at 7 p.m. local time, which is 10 p.m. Eastern. Nevada is one of 10 states where abortion's on the ballot. Voters in Arizona, Colorado, Florida, Maryland, Missouri, Montana, Nevada, New York, and South Dakota will decide whether to amend their state's constitution to include protections for reproductive rights. And it does raise the question about whether or not this issue is getting more women to the polls.
Hi, and thanks for watching along with Times Election Night coverage. I'm joined now by Professor Melissa Blair. She's the author of Bringing Home the White House, The Hidden History of the Women Who Shaped the Presidency in the 20th Century. And she recently wrote a story for Times Made by History series called Kamala Harris Isn't Talking About Being the First Female President. History suggests that's the right move. Okay, welcome, Melissa.
Thanks so much for having me.
So, first question. The idea of Kamala Harris as the first potential female president of the United States is kind of like an elephant in the room that the campaign hasn't really focused on.
Yeah, very much so. She has not highlighted it in her stump speeches or in her ads. Even when people have tried to get her to talk about it, Dana Bash did in the first sort of big interview she did after the convention. Dana Bash sort of on CNN directly asked her about this, and she just refused to go there. She was like, I am running to be president of all Americans. And she has clearly made a very deliberate choice. She and her campaign have made a very deliberate choice to not talk about this.
How, sort of as an historian, can you tell us, does this stand apart from 2016 when Hillary Clinton was running as the then, hopeful first female president?
Yeah, the contrast is really striking, right? I think Hillary's campaign, the whole I'm with her slogan was really foregrounding her gender. You would see her and also a lot of her supporters wearing white, which is a throwback to the women's suffrage movement. That was the color of suffrage activists. So there were these sort of visual and rhetorical connections that were really being fairly explicitly made back to the history of women's rights, particularly in the political realm in her campaign. And so it's been the contrast between that 8 years ago and what the Harris campaign has done in 2024 has been really interesting because there's absolutely none of that in the Harris campaign.
I feel like the white suit has been replaced by what, the Chuck Taylors and Perils?
It's the Chuck Taylors for sure, which I love. I'm like, you're on that. Why? Don't be in heels. You're on your feet all day. Wear comfortable shoes.
Post-COVID, we're all wearing comfy shoes, right?
Exactly.
Soft pants. Okay, so does Harris's decision not to focus on gender reflect the history of feminism in this country, or rather, is it informed by that history?
I think there are ways that we can see that it really does connect. There have always been, throughout American history, going all the way back to the Revolutionary era, these sort of two threads of feminist thought that have kind of ebbed and flowed throughout American history, which one's more influential. What I write about in my book is in the middle of the 20th century, there's this real sort of attention to and usefulness of what we call difference feminism, where activists say, women deserve equal rights and deserve equal opportunities because they are inherently different from men, and therefore should be in the room and in these spaces so that society benefits from those different approaches. And what I talk about is that that's a great strategy to get people in the room. And so you could almost see that could have, subconsciously been a little bit of what the Clinton campaign was doing of like, we need women in these spaces. It's not been effective, with the exception of women's suffrage. It has not been effective on as a policy grounds throughout American history. Instead, when we look at the arguments that were made, especially in the 1960s and 1970s, to get real policy moves made, things like the Equal Pay Act, the Equal Credit Act, the Pregnancy Discrimination Act, all of these things, that's driving more from the same grounds that the Harris campaign is really sort of grounded in, which is what we call equality feminism. The belief that simply, women are citizens and therefore should have equal rights, period. And I think that's very much when Harris says things like, I'm running to be the president of all Americans. I'm running to be, I'm not running to be the first anything. She's implicitly tapping into that equality feminist argument of just like, qualified women should be able to do the same things qualified men should be able to do because they're qualified, and there shouldn't be any additional justification needed.
I am sort of interested in digging back into the history, though, and looking at difference feminism, which, in the early going, you say was effective maybe in the sort of suffrage movement only, but there were some changes that difference feminism brought about, right?
Yeah, they are. So there's a couple of things that I think are particularly interesting. One is the women that I write about in the book, who are the heads of the women's division of the Democratic and Republican national committees in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s. These women had a lot of influence. They were close advisors of the presidents that they worked with, whether those were Democratic, being FDR and Truman in my case, or Republican being Eisenhower presidents. They are key advisors of these presidents. They help shape campaign materials, especially in the 1930s and 1940s. They are on the campaign trains. They're core parts of the team. So it is very effective at getting women sort of in the room, as I say. And there's even this fascinating moment that I sort of start the book with. Truman actually offers India Edwards, who's the woman who works with him throughout his presidency in this capacity. He actually offers Edwards the chairmanship of the entire Democratic Party in 1951.
How we've never even heard of India Edwards.
Yeah, no, it's kind of wild. And then it's, decades until there's one, the RNC has a female head for 3 years in the sort of early part of the 1970s. But then the Democrats never have a female head until the 21st century. And the Republicans, except for that 1 3-year period in the 70s, don't either. And so it's a wild sort of, when I found that, I was like, wait, what? What? She actually turns him down because she believed that the men of the party were too sexist to work for a woman. In her memoir, she called turning him down that October day one of the biggest regrets of her life. But even her getting that offer was grounded in difference feminism. Part of why Truman's making the offer to her is because she's been very loyal. He likes her a lot. It's October of 51. He's only going to be president for another year. And also there tended to be, when a candidate became the nominee in the 50s, they sort of installed all their people at the DNC for the rest of the campaign. So like all of the people Truman appoints are out by the summer of 52. And Adlai Stevenson, who was the candidate then, puts his own people in. So she wouldn't have had that long. And it's partially out of loyalty. But also in 50 and 51, Truman's administration had been rocked by a series of corruption scandals. And one of the arguments going back to suffrage that had been made for why women should be given the vote was that because women are inherently more moral than men, this was the argument, women will clean up politics. They will root out that corruption that people saw as being really endemic to politics. And so making a woman the head of the party, when the party has had all of these corruption problems, was very much grounded in this like difference feminist approach.
Amazing. So different and up on a pedestal once again.
Yes, very much so. Very much so.
Okay, fascinating. So difference feminism kind of stalls, right? And then you talked about this a little bit earlier, but can you talk about how the feminist movement then kind of pivots and maybe catch us up to where we are now?
Yeah. So what happens by sort of the end of the 1950s, the system that I write about where these women's division leaders have a lot of power and authority has kind of fallen apart for a variety of reasons that have to do with the professionalization of campaigning. You see a lot more PR guys coming in, and also just the fact that difference feminism, in order to be persuasive, there has to be a belief that all women have something in common. And by the late 50s, there are factions of women in both of the two major parties who are fighting each other. And so that you can no longer make a case that all women have something in common. And so that difference feminist moment kind of fades. And what happens in its wake, if we look at the early 60s, is there have always been a small, but always present group of more equality feminist-minded women in Washington. Among the handful of congresswomen, there's one very prominent woman named Emma Guffey Miller, that's a Pennsylvania delegate to the DNC. And these women have been champions of, say, the Equal Rights Act, which first gets introduced in Congress in the 1920s and is sort of always lurking in the background for the next 50 years until it finally passes. They've been proponents of the Equal Pay Act, which starts getting introduced in Congress in the 1950s. And what happens starting with the passage of the Equal Pay Act in 1963 is this really unprecedented decade plus of legal change for American women, right? I always tell my students when I'm talking about this, I have like sort of status quo ante in 1963, right? It's perfectly legal to pay men and women differently for the exact same job. Married women cannot get credit in their own names. Medical schools and law schools have quotas for the number of women they will admit into their incoming classes. It's normally no more than 10% of an incoming class can be female. In 1963, some states still restrict even married women's access to birth control, to say nothing of how abortion is regulated. The sexual history of a rape victim is completely admissible in the trial of her attacker. There's all of these things that are true in 1963 almost none of which are true by 1975. It's this.
And this is like where Ruth Bader Ginsburg, enter RBG.
Yeah. Enter RBG, who is the lead attorney for the Feminist Law Project at the ACLU at the time. So she's arguing some of these things are sort of cleaned up through the court cases that she brings, Frontiero v. Richardson, Reed v. Reed, those famous cases that she does. A lot of them, though, are cleaned up through legislation. I always mention the quotas for medical and law schools, for professional schools, because a lot of students don't realize that it's Title IX that changes that. They think that Title IX is only about sports. Or these days about sports and sort of reporting on rapes on campus. But I'm like, no. I always tell my students, I'm like, Title IX is what means you can sit in this room.
Just to sort of put a finer point on it, we were talking about difference feminism. Now this is what you call equality.
This is equality feminism, right? It's that men and women should have equal rights. It's a complete thought. It's a complete sentence. It doesn't need justification. It's just, male citizens and female citizens should have the same rights. And that's why we should do these things. And by having the same rights, also the same opportunities. In the piece, I talk a little bit about the founding statement of the National Organization for Women of NOW, which is written in 1966. And they talk in there about like boys and girls should have the same educational opportunities and be told when they're young that they can follow the same paths. And I think we really saw not only the sort of legislative and legal changes that happen out of this pivot to equality feminism that unleashes this really powerful decade of change, but also I think, and this is sort of personally how I got into being a historian of feminism, right? I'm the generation that was born after this. I was born in 1980 and I was told I could be whatever I wanted. And that was not what my mother had been told. And so there's this really profound shift that comes not only in law and legislation, but in American society that happens when equality feminism becomes accepted. And it's also, I think, part of why it happens when it does is there is a sort of upswelling of women's rights activism. The baby boomers are going to college in large numbers, male and female. There's an old book by a scholar named Susan Douglas who talks about when the baby boomers were in like elementary school and they were being told that everybody needed to work hard in school and go be scientists to beat the Soviets. She's like, nobody said that was only for the boys. Like we were told that was just for everybody. So they're going to college and not having job opportunities that are commensurate with their education and things like that. But that's also happening at the same time, right, that the civil rights movement has been for 2 decades really powerfully bringing issues of human rights and equality to the forefront of American politics. And so it's sort of the combination of all of those things make that mid-60s to mid-70s moment a time when these arguments are just incredibly persuasive and transform the lives of every American woman.
And influence, one imagines, a young Kamala Harris.
For sure. I mean, so I'm getting my timeline right here. She's in college in the 1980s. So it would have very much been in the, you are the generation of women who can really sort of benefit the most from this. The forerunners have gone and have started breaking these glass ceilings in industry, in various fields, and these doors are now open for you in a way that they weren't open for previous generations.
So circling back then just to your, the premise of the article that you wrote for Time, what do you think of the Harris campaign's decision to use this sort of model of equality feminism and also downplay the idea of a first, in a lot of firsts, obviously?
I think it's really brilliant politically, partially because I think most of the people who are excited about the fact that she might be the first female president are voting for her anyway. Like, I don't think there's a ton of upside just from a purely political perspective. And I suspect this is why her campaign has sort of made that choice, right? I do not think she doesn't have professional historians on her staff who are going, well, equality feminism's really been the most effective way of arguing for this stuff. I think they just looked and are like, there's no upside here to making a thing about it. But there is downside of making a thing about it. There are people who are still very upset about the changes that I just outlined, who don't think that everything that has changed for American women in the past 50 and 60 years are good things. And so by highlighting her status as a potential female candidate, all she does is sort of further agitate those people. So I think there is downside and there's not a whole lot of upside. But I also think that just looking at the history, if we're talking in a politics realm, in policy in law, equality feminism has been the more successful approach. It is in our system that is not, that is, a sort of just, here are the rules. These are what everybody's supposed to play by. This is the Constitution. These are the rights. It's supposed to be, like, at least rhetorically, right? Everybody's got the same chances. Equality, kind of equality-based arguments work better in that sort of a structure and that sort of a system.
Interesting. I am curious, you didn't write about this in your article, but perhaps we might talk a little bit about the role of abortion as a feminist issue in this election and sort of what the history might say about that.
I think obviously it's a huge issue, right? It's a huge issue. What's been interesting to me sort of post Dobbs is once abortion bans become real things and not theoretical things, and once women start to understand that these laws are not being written with any kind of nuance and are therefore imperiling all kinds of medical care, that even very middle of the road to conservative women are like, and men are like, that's a bridge too far. We can't do that. We can't make it so that someone who has an ectopic pregnancy or who goes in for an ultrasound at 20 weeks and they can't find a heartbeat cannot get the medical care that they need. Like, that's just beyond the pale. And so I think that's been the rhetoric, right, that a lot of the campaigns have been using, is actually taking it out of the feminist box that abortion politics always used to live within. And they're only able to do that because of what these laws have done post Dobbs, right? Again, this is what the Republicans are sort of grappling with on their side, is, when this isn't just a talking point.
Are there lessons from history that like could have indicated, gee, this might have gone one way or the other?
What we see, so thinking here about like some of the amicus briefs that came in support of the case that becomes Roe, the Roe decision, or even at the states that started to liberalize their abortion laws in the 8 or so years before Roe. A lot of those, so I'm thinking about the really early states here, like California and Colorado, slightly loosened their abortion laws in 1967. That is also about foregrounding health. That's kind of, that's really the arguments that are being made there. Even if you look at the language of Roe, the language of the actual decision is about not interfering in a doctor's right to treat his patient. There's a lot of that, and it's always his patient. That's very much that medical language really is there in the sort of run up to Roe. Obviously, there are also very explicit feminist arguments that are happening in the early 70s about women's bodily autonomy and the fact that if women aren't trusted to make their own decisions about their own bodies, then they are not being treated as full citizens. Those decisions are certainly there and are very prominent and are very important. But if you look at the actual text of Roe, or if you look at the states that are liberal, not all of the states, by 71, 72, some of the states that are liberalizing on much more feminist grounds. But that medical thread has sort of always been there. And it goes back to, this was a pivot that Margaret Sanger, sort of the founder of the American birth control movement, Margaret Sanger makes this pivot after World War I. She becomes very invested in removing birth control from its roots. She sort of came to it really from a socialist angle. She's involved in the Socialist Party at the turn of the 20th century, which was a very prominent part of American politics at that time. And it's really about allowing working class people to manage their family size so that they can improve their standard of living. After World War I, Sanger pivots completely to starting to bring doctors into this movement and really make it about medical care.
Fascinating. And I guess we'll see. I did have a question for you as an historian on election night. What are the things you're watching for always, or listening for?
Oh gosh, I don't watch the elections as a historian that much. Sometimes, I just watch them as a nervous partisan. But
you're allowed. It's okay.
Yeah, I just watch them as a nervous partisan. But I do think it will be really interesting. Like I always do, dig in afterwards at the gender breakdowns in the exit polling. Like how did the gender splits happen? How did that vary along education and class and race lines? that's the stuff that on election night, I'm too nervous to care about any of that. But on the day after, that's the stuff I dig into, is sort of, because I am always thinking about, okay, and partially from a source perspective, part of why the women that I wrote about nobody had ever heard of is because political scientists don't do very much, even the ones that are of a historical bent, don't do very much with the time period that I wrote this book about, because there's no data, there's no numbers, because there's no exit polling. And so you can't do those sort of breakdowns. So I do also think about it with an eye of like, okay, what are the stories that historians 50 years from now are going to be able to tell looking at this data? I definitely do think about that in the days after, when I can calm down enough to have a historian's look at it all.
Great. Well, I look forward to following up with you in the days after. And I really appreciate you taking the time to do this with us.
Yeah, I was delighted to do it. Thanks so much for inviting me.
Great. Thank you, Professor Melissa Blair from Auburn University in Auburn, Alabama.
Okay, you're looking now at a live shot from a polling station in Candler, North Carolina. North Carolina has 16 Electoral College votes up for grabs. In the last 13 presidential elections, Democrats have only won North Carolina twice, most recently with former President Barack Obama in 2008. Both candidates were in North Carolina last week. It's a pivotal battleground with a history of flipping between parties. Let's see. So early voting in North Carolina ended on Saturday. Tonight, the polls close there at 7:30. Any voter in line at their assigned polling place at 7:30 will be able to vote. Okay, so earlier in our live stream, we talked a little bit about Project 2025, which some folks have called a blueprint for the next Republican president. There's another document that made headlines this year, locked away in a classified safe on the White House grounds, is a stack of papers crafted over decades that some simply call the Doomsday Book. It lists the extraordinary powers a president may be authorized to use in the event of a massive catastrophe. Times senior correspondent Brian Bennett explains the concerns some former administration officials have about Trump having access to this power once again, should he win.
Hi, it's Brian Bennett. I'm the senior White House correspondent for Time. Let me tell you about the Doomsday Book, what it is, and why former Trump administration officials are concerned about Trump getting a hold of it in the second term. First, what's the Doomsday Book? The Doomsday Book is a set of powers that the president has in extreme circumstances. Think nuclear attack or Congress gets completely wiped out. And they're designed to help the president continue the functions of government until the country can get back on its feet. Now, these powers include suspending habeas corpus, deploying the military in certain parts of the U.S., restricting telecommunications, and other things. And they've been worked out by White House lawyers over decades, and they've drafted draft executive orders with blanks in them that they can be filled out in extreme circumstances, and they are backed up by legal reasoning about a president's constitutional authority and what's in existing law. Why are former Trump administration officials concerned about this? I talked to more than a dozen people who worked at the National Security Council over the decades, and 5 of whom worked in national security for President Trump. They actively tried to keep away information about the extent of these powers from the president when Trump was president. Why? Because they were concerned that he might exaggerate a situation or use them when they weren't appropriate. Another thing to know about this is that there are very few checks on them. If they're used, an American can go to a court and sue and say the president has overstepped, but that takes time. These are things that are designed to be used quickly and in extreme circumstances. And the other thing that I learned about this talking to former Trump administration officials is the number of times that Trump already showed in his first term that he wanted to stretch the limits of presidential power. He did things like move money from the military to build the border wall. He also used the presidency to try to pressure Ukraine into investigating Joe Biden by withholding funds from Ukraine. And he also pressured the Department of Justice to investigate Hillary Clinton, James Comey, Andrew McCabe, people he considered political enemies. The concern that these former Trump administration officials had was that when Trump comes back in the second term, he will be willing to push even farther and might turn to some of these extraordinary powers that are contained inside the presidency, but are designed to be used only when the country is in times of extreme crisis.
Okay, we're back here in Candler, North Carolina. You know, in September, Hurricane Helene ripped through North Carolina, causing so much destruction. And people really have been working hard to make sure that folks had access to polls. And so, you know, that's what you're looking at here. People voting in Candler, where the polls will close at 7:30 tonight. Key issues in this race have included the economy, abortion, and immigration, but foreign policy has also been an issue for many voters, likely more than it usually is, as we hear about in this story from Times Made by History series.
I am Lindsay M. Chervinsky. I'm a presidential historian and executive director of the George Washington Presidential Library. My new book, Making the Presidency, John Adams and the Precedents That Forged the Republic. I wrote an article for Times Made by History series about foreign policy issues, which don't often decide U.S. elections. But I looked at what history tells us about how this year could be different. A recent Gallup poll showed that only 10% of Americans choose a foreign policy issue as their top priority. But the parties themselves are deeply divided this year. The Democratic Party has mostly aligned itself with Ukraine, while many Republicans express sympathy for, if not outward allegiance to, Russia. This divide between the parties has occurred once before and influenced the outcome of a presidential election. Over 2 centuries ago, the first 2 political parties in America declared their loyalties to warring foreign nations with dramatic electoral consequences. In the 1790s, the Federalists cozied up to Great Britain, while the Democratic Republicans sided with France. These preferences align with the party's policy choices. The Federalists called for a strong federal government, a powerful army and navy, and investment in trade and industry. Britain served as the nation's largest trade partner and possessed the world's biggest navy. On the other hand, the Democratic Republicans' vision for the nation was based on the human farmer, with limited federal government and no standing army. They distrusted Britain's monarchy, strong navy, wealthy central banking system, and monopoly of foreign trade. Accordingly, they were much friendlier to Britain's longtime enemy, France. These conflicting positions broke into the open in 1793 when France declared war on Great Britain, reigniting a centuries-old battle. No longer were these debates theoretical. They now required taking sides in a deadly war. President George Washington deployed the full weight of his unparalleled reputation to keep the nation neutral. But near the end of Washington's presidency, French privateers began seizing neutral American ships carrying goods across the Atlantic Ocean. Washington retired a few months later, leaving his successor to deal with these provocations. John Adams took the oath of office as the second President of the United States on March 4, 1797. His tenure would be dominated by the threat of war with France and the divide between the Democratic Republicans and the Federalists over foreign policy. A few months after Adams' inauguration, he sent a peace commission to France to negotiate a new treaty. The American commissioners, John Marshall, Charles Cotesworth Pinckney, and Elbridge Gerry, arrived in Paris full of hope and good intentions. But when Americans received no news of their whereabouts or progress for over 6 months, both sides of the political aisle interpreted the silence through a partisan lens. Federalists worried that something had happened to the envoys in France. Had France declared war on the United States and had news not yet arrived? Were the envoys imprisoned? Had they been assassinated? Democratic Republicans believed the best of French intentions and the worst of President Adams. They were convinced that news from the envoys had arrived, but Adams was keeping the dispatches a secret because they revealed France's reasonableness and cast the administration in a poor light. On March 4, 1798, the first dispatches from France finally arrived and exposed the depths of French perfidy. The contents revealed French demands for humiliating apologies, corrupt bribes, and inappropriate loans to even begin diplomatic negotiations. The treatment of the American envoys demonstrated that the French ministry had no intention of negotiating in good faith. The public backlash was swift and ferocious. Americans were furious at the insult to national sovereignty and clamored for war. Some Democratic Republicans willingly left Congress, and others were driven out by voters in the elections that year. For example, prior to the 1798 elections, the North Carolina delegation consisted of 9 Democratic Republicans and 1 Federalist. After the elections that fall, it was 7 Federalists and 3 Democratic Republicans. Congress responded accordingly with a series of military measures, including a dramatic expansion of the Army, the creation of a Navy and Naval Department, and significant investment in coastal defenses. The Federalists seized the political opportunity using military appointments to reward loyal partisans and expand party infrastructure. By the end of 1798, however, the Federalist Party had begun to fracture. While President Adams and Alexander Hamilton were both nominally Federalists, Hamilton was much more extreme and led a faction called the Arch-Federalists. They controlled the army apparatus and clamored for war against France. Meanwhile, Adams was backing away from the militaristic spirit. He had long believed neutrality would best serve American interests. When back-channel communications from Talleyrand suggested peace was still possible, Adams pursued diplomacy, not war. On February 18, 1799, Adams nominated a new peace commission to Paris, permanently driving a wedge through the Federalist Party. The following year, when the moderate Federalists, led by President Adams, tried to distance themselves from the, quote, British faction in their party, the Arch-Federalists turned on their fellow party members with increasing vitriol. Diplomatically, Adams' gamble paid off. The Treaty of Mortefontaine, signed in October 1800, established peace between France and the United States, which has lasted for 224 years. However, voters cast their ballots before news of the treaty arrived in the United States. The lack of a treaty and the split in the Federalist Party over his actions ensured Thomas Jefferson defeated John Adams in the presidential election. Foreign policy had a significant impact on the outcome of the election for the first time. To be sure, there are other elections with foreign policy implications, but they typically hinge on a candidate's support or opposition to war, and not an allegiance to different nations. In 1940, both President Franklin D. Roosevelt and his Republican challenger, Wendell Willkie, advocated for peace even as they both sided with the Allies against fascism. In 1968, Republican candidate Richard Nixon and Democratic nominee Vice President Hubert Humphrey debated how to end the increasingly unpopular Vietnam War. Decades later, during the 2004 election, the candidates agreed on the importance of fighting terrorism, even if they disagreed about how. President George W. Bush ran for re-election on a platform of 3 pillars of national security and foreign policy: defend the peace by fighting terrorists, preserve the peace by solidifying relationships with allies, extend the peace by spreading democracy and human rights across the globe. Democratic candidate John Kerry campaigned on his unwavering position that, as president, he would not have gone to war without greater international support. Both the 1790s and 2024 offer a different and rare dynamic, but also one that could prove decisive to the election. Like the Federalist split over diplomacy with France in the 1790s, there are still Republican voters who support a Reaganite foreign policy, NATO, and aiding Democratic allies. Many voted for Nikki Haley in the primaries. While their votes are not sufficient to sway the Republican Party apparatus, their temporary defection to Kamala Harris and other Democratic candidates in 2024 could determine both the next president and the future direction of the Republican Party.
You are looking now at the map of the country, and at the top of the screen you can see where the numbers will start to be filled in with Electoral College votes. The number to get to here is 270. Let's see, polls have closed in Guam, in Puerto Rico, in Kentucky, and at 7 p.m. Eastern we start to close Florida, Indiana, New Hampshire, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. So I think this map will start to get filled in around then. This is a good time to talk about the Electoral College. Americans have learned or maybe relearned in recent elections that the candidate with the most popular support can still lose the election. That's because of the Electoral College. There have been 4 elections in which the person elected president won the electoral vote but lost the popular vote: 1876, 1888, 2000, and 2016. The Electoral College is nothing if not confusing, so my Time colleagues Sol Berga and Lon Tweeten have a handy explanation of how the Electoral College works.
When you cast your ballot for president and vice president this November, you are actually voting for that candidate's preferred electors. Those electors then vote for the candidate. Here's how it works. To balance the voting power of states large and small, the U.S. Constitution sets each state's number of electors to its combined number of senators and representatives. For example, Ohio has 2 senators and 15 representatives, so Ohio would get a total of 17 electoral votes. Washington, D.C. has no senators, but they are given 3 electoral votes. Here are each state's electoral counts. Altogether, the College of Electoral Votes total 538. See how the voting weight balances when states are sized by their electoral counts. The winner of the popular vote in each state gets all their state's electoral votes, except Maine and Nebraska, which award 2 electoral votes to the state's popular vote winner, plus 1 to the popular vote winner in each congressional district. The winner of the election is usually called on election night, but the actual Electoral College vote is held when electors meet in their states to vote in mid-December. Individual electors traditionally vote for their pledged candidate, but not always. Sometimes faithless electors vote differently. However, none of them have altered the outcome of an election. The electoral votes are officially counted in Washington, D.C. at the Capitol on January 6th. A candidate needs 270 electoral votes, half the 538 total plus 1, to win the election. Winners of the popular vote and electoral vote usually align, but recently George W. Bush in 2000 and Donald Trump in 2016 won the electoral vote and the election while losing the popular vote.
All right, I'm joined now by Jane Calvert, who's the founding director and chief editor at the John Dickinson Writings Project. And her new book is called Penman of the Founding, a biography of John Dickinson. Jane, welcome.
Thank you.
What a time to be a political historian.
Yes, indeed.
You wrote an essay for Times Made by History series called The Debate That Gave Us the Electoral College. So before this interview, we showed our viewers a short explainer that my colleagues had made about the Electoral College. So hopefully that gives folks a good sense of what it is, but perhaps you can help us understand why it is and also how it came to be.
Right. So in the Constitutional Convention in 1787, the framers, they debated everything. They agreed on very little. And probably one of the biggest points of debate was what sort of executive should we have? We had just broken free from England, and there was, a monarch who was seen as tyrannical, infringing on people's rights and liberties. And so we knew that we did not want another monarch. But apart from that, the framers weren't really sure what they wanted, and everybody had different ideas. On the one extreme, you had someone like Alexander Hamilton, who proposed an executive for life with extensive powers. And that looked to a lot of people like another monarch, just by another name. On the other extreme, you had people like John Dickinson, who wanted a plural executive, so an executive council.
There's a lot of controversy around the sort of origins of the Electoral College, that maybe even sort of cynicism about the origins today. Can you talk a little bit about that?
There is a lot of skepticism, and maybe cynicism is a better word. There are 2 main interpretations about how the Electoral College arose, and neither one of them is entirely accurate, although one is more accurate than the other. There is kind of a myth circulating that the Electoral College was put in place primarily to preserve the institution of slavery. That is not the case. In relation to the Electoral College, the issue of slavery did not come up at all, either in the Federal Convention to write the Constitution or in the ratifying debates to to ratify the Constitution. If at the most, the Southerners might have been in favor of the Electoral College because it provided for them the same representation as states had in Congress. So the 3/5 clause that allowed them to have, represent the enslaved people as 3/5 of the population, because the question was, well, so how can you have enslaved people being counted as part of the full population when they have no political power? They cannot, they don't vote, they're non-entities, as they're not citizens. And so, people, the South was all in favor of having, full representation of all the Black population. But, the Northern states objected to that. So the compromise here was that they would be represented as 3/5. And so that's how that, that compromise came about. And then that same scheme of representation would be applied to the electors in the Electoral College.
Why didn't I learn about Dickinson? I mean, this was a long time ago that I was in in history class, but why is he not widely taught?
Well, there are many reasons for why Dickinson has been forgotten, and I would say the primary reason is that there were people who lived during his time who were his political enemies, or maybe not his political friends. And primarily, John Adams was very jealous of Dickinson. And he was jealous of a lot of people, but he was especially jealous of Dickinson and his celebrity and his influence and his power.
What was the celebrity based on?
Dickinson's celebrity was based on his most famous publication, which was Letters from a Farmer in Pennsylvania. And he wrote that in order to encourage Americans to unite and resist against the Townshend duties, which most of which were passed in 1767. So he wrote the Farmer's Letters, a series of 12 letters that came out at the end of 1767 and early 1768, and they launched him into international celebrity. He was known around the Atlantic world as the leader of the resistance to Britain, and he, through these letters, taught Americans, number one, that they had to unify, and number two, that they should see themselves as distinctly American apart from their British identity. And this was a new idea. And so he followed up the Farmer's Letters with America's first patriotic song called the Liberty Song. And in it, he gave Americans our first national motto: by uniting, we stand, by dividing, we fall.
Oh.
And that Dickinson didn't invent the line, but he popularized it. Mm-hmm. And then Americans since then have taken that up. And so, yes, he was nobody could compete with him for his renown. People idolized him. He was really the most powerful man in America up until the Declaration of Independence.
Interesting. So let me just ask you, you've written a biography of Dickinson. What led you to that?
Well, I had no intention when I started graduate school of working on the founding era, let alone a founder. I was most interested in looking at the role that Quakers played in the political culture of the colonial era. And as I was researching, this guy's name kept coming up, John Dickinson. And when I tried to find out more about him, I could only find very confused historians saying, oh, who this person, and well, we know that he was one of the leaders of the resistance to Britain, but he refused to sign the Declaration of Independence. And why was that? Oh, he must have been nervous, or a coward, or maybe a loyalist, or something. And And at the center of that issue was just what was his religion, and the historians couldn't really figure out, was this person a Quaker or was he not? Because he was raised in a Quaker family, he worked in Quaker Pennsylvania, and so that seemed to be at the crux of the matter. He was what Quakers call a fellow traveler. He had adopted most of their beliefs and principles, but he never wanted to become a member because Quakers were pacifists. And Dickinson said he believed in what he said, the lawfulness of defensive war. So he, he adopted everything. They're using thee and thou in their speech, dressing plainly, taking up charitable causes, care for the poor, the rights of women, rights of African Americans. He was the only founder who freed all of his enslaved people during his lifetime. He was the only founder who worked for women's rights. He founded the first prison reform society, and was really a benefactor to poor folks. And so, yeah, he made sense to me.
Okay, so just to circle back then to his role with the Electoral College in this sort of development of the idea, how much are John Dickinson's ideas reflected in what eventually became the Electoral College?
Well, it's interesting because he was placed on the committee, which was, tasked with coming up with the solution for how the president should be elected. But he suffered from debilitating headaches throughout the entire convention. And so he was ill for most of the time that committee met. And he only actually joined it just literally as they were standing up to leave, and he came in and they said, "Oh yes, we're done," and they explained to him what they had arranged, which was that that there would be these electors in this electoral college, and that the electors would be chosen by the legislature, and that's how. That's how the president would be elected. Now, Dickinson, he wanted popular election for the president. And the reason he wanted this is he said, the president is going to have a significant amount of power. And there's no way that the people are going to be comfortable allowing this person to have so much power unless they have a say. And he said the only proper grounding for presidential power is on the basis of the approval of the people. And okay, but he arrived and they had already decided. And so once they walked him through and said, showed him what they had done, he said, this isn't any good. The people need to at least choose the electors. So he made his case and the committee agreed, and they sat back down, and James Madison made the change so that it would be the people would elect the electors, who then would elect the president. And so the reason for them wanting electors were two reasons. There was sort of the majority of what the convention wanted, and then there were Dickinson's ideas. So I think it's fair to say that most of the framers of the Constitution did not trust ordinary people. This was a very hierarchical society. It was still widely believed that there was a divinely ordained hierarchy where God placed certain people at the top, and other people came in sort of this hierarchical order below. So you have, wealthy people, namely sort of, white Protestant elite men at the top, and going on down, you went all the way down to enslaved people at the bottom. And so they believed naturally should not trust ordinary people. They were lacking in virtue. In other words, they were self-interested. They were not thinking about the common good. They were only thinking about themselves. And so they were corruptible, and the delegates worried that the ordinary people, because they had no virtue and they had no education and they were selfish, that they would be prone to manipulation by a demagogue, that that a demagogue, a person with bad motives could come in and tell them what they wanted to hear, and then they would elect that person, and that would be the end of the republic. So the electors were supposed to be elite people who had, not just more education, but actually possessed virtue. And so that the people would choose these more virtuous people who then would pick the president. Dickinson's idea was similar, but not exactly the same. He worried not about the virtue of the people. He thought that they were as virtuous as anybody, but he did worry about information. We keep in mind that we did not have instantaneous communication in that era.
News was much slower to reach people.
Very slow. There were higher rates of illiteracy, and people. There was no public education system. And so what he worried was that, there might be very, honest, well-meaning, virtuous people who were maybe, didn't have education or didn't have time to understand the issues, or maybe, they just didn't have the wherewithal, the opportunities to understand the complex political issues. He'd based his life on explaining the political and legal situation to ordinary Americans. So he had a lot of faith in them, but he just thought, well, these electors will be better able to be educated and informed. For him, it was really about information and not about virtue. And in fact,
fascinating.
It is fascinating. And even more, when he went into retirement in the 1790s, he turned his attention to education, and he founded innumerable schools, libraries, different ways for the poorest Americans, ordinary Americans, to become educated. So his main goal was education for poor children. And so he was probably, if not the wealthiest, one of the wealthiest men in America, and he put his fortune to educating the public. And so I think that he had faith in the people, and maybe even ultimately thought that they could be in a position to elect the president, themselves, without these electors, is sort of as a mediator between them and the president. He was really a champion of public civic education.
That's fascinating. So so what do you think John Dickinson would say today about the way the Electoral College has played out in American politics, and what should we do now?
Well, historians generally avoid engaging in counterfactual arguments, although it is very tempting. And about the Electoral College today, it's difficult to say, because even experts, constitutional historians and scholars and law professors, even they can't agree on exactly what should be done today. Whether it should be abolished, whether there should be this kind of, agreement between states that the electors, just follow the popular vote. There are all kinds of options. I think, though, it's safe to say that anybody would see a problem when they see a president who wins the Electoral College but loses the popular vote, because in a democracy, the will of the people should prevail. And it is clearly not prevailing if the electors choose someone who the majority of the American people don't want. And also, if the purpose of the electors is to protect the people from a demagogue, from someone who will manipulate them and put their liberties at risk, arguably the Electoral College has failed in its primary aim.
Well, Jane, thank you so much. I really appreciate your insights and look forward to reading your new book, Penman of the Founding, a biography of John Dickinson. Thanks for taking
Thank
the
you
time
very
to talk
much.
with us.
Thank you so much.
All right, you're looking now at a live shot from Derry, New Hampshire. Polls close in New Hampshire at 8 p.m. At the top of your screen, you see numbers that are going to start to fill in. Those are Electoral College votes, as are being called by the Associated Press. The very first results in this election came from a tiny township in New Hampshire. They like to call themselves first in the nation, Dixville Notch. There's a tradition there where folks vote at the stroke of midnight, dates back to 1960. 6 residents voted there, and maybe you won't be surprised to know that vote was exactly evenly divided, which maybe says a lot about where we are in this country. And, you know, once the dust settles on this election and the U.S. president-elect is announced, the rest of us have to keep on keeping on, and different people will still have vastly differing political views. Guess what? The holidays are just around the corner. And so our health and wellness editor, Angela Haupt, offers up suggestions for how to talk to your friends and relatives, even if, or perhaps especially if, you disagree with their politics.
This has been as close and contentious of a presidential race as any in recent memory. Politics can be hard to talk about, especially with the holidays approaching, which is why I asked a handful of experts how to survive a family dinner when you hate your relatives' political views. I won't be talking about politics today. Suggest a politics-free zone before a gathering and ask for a commitment to avoid polarizing topics. If the conversation still turns in that direction, shut it down and say, "Okay, that's enough of that," or "We're not talking about that here today." You can also ask your family member to tell you about the personal experiences that shape their perspective by saying, "Can you tell me a story that helps me understand how you came to believe that?" It can be helpful to remind people that the most deeply held opinions are often grounded in lived experiences. To do that, you can say, "If I only heard what was on your news feed, I'm sure I'd think the same thing. But I've had different experiences in my life." It's also helpful to seek common ground in politically charged conversations. Try saying, "What kind of compromise or solution might work for both sides?" Or simply say, "Tell me more." If you can convince someone you really want to hear their perspective, they tend to shift from ranting into talking. If you would like to share more about your perspective, say, "Could I have permission to share my point of view?" If your family member says no, respect their boundary and move on. To show that you intend to ground your discussion in respect, say, "I'd like to have a chance to learn from each other because I respect you but see the world differently." If the conversation takes a heated turn, say, "Maybe we could revisit this conversation when we're both feeling more calm." By suggesting you revisit things later, you can ensure neither one of you says something you'll regret. Sometimes, humor is the best tool to diffuse heated situations. You can say, I'll vote for any candidate who will boost the economy, cut my taxes, and prosecute people who remove their shoes on the airplane." If that doesn't work, try redirecting to a topic with similar energy, but that's much safer: sports. "Hey, looks like the Cowboys might beat the Eagles this year."
When in doubt, talk about sports at your Thanksgiving table, folks. Okay, this is still Derry, New Hampshire that we're looking at. Live polling. Looks pretty busy there. Polls close at 8, so that's about an hour from now. Okay, by the time you are sitting at your family's Thanksgiving table, I hope for you that you're not still talking about polling obsessively, but it is important we should take a moment to talk about what polling can and can't do, since it's a big part of the political process. Polls got a pretty bad name after the 2016 election when indications were so far from what happened in reality. And there are lots more cautionary tales from history about how newsrooms especially, and all of us really, need to be wary of relying on polls.
My name's Rob Wells. I'm a journalism historian. I teach journalism at the Electoral College of Journalism at the University of Maryland. And I'm here to talk about a story I wrote for Time magazine's Made by History series. It's called History Exposes the Perils of Relying on Polls. In this article, I looked back at the 1948 presidential race, and it has a lot of resonance for what we're viewing tonight. 1948 was a tight race between Thomas Dewey and Harry Truman, kind of like what we're seeing tonight with Trump and Kamala Harris. In this 1948 presidential race and how the media covered it, it serves as a pretty stark warning for what you do not want to do on election night. I've covered a number of elections for the AP and Bloomberg and Dow Jones Newswires. I've been on these meetings. I've seen the process from the inside. I can tell you that editors in newsrooms across the world would just absolutely be terrified, and they lose sleep over getting something like this wrong, blowing a presidential forecast. My article really kind of focuses on the image of Harry Truman holding up a Chicago Tribune edition that says Dewey defeats Truman, and Truman's got this big grin on his face because the headline's completely wrong, and he just won the election. Tonight, the danger of an incorrect prediction is even higher than it was in 1948 due to a number of factors. The polls are really difficult and very problematic. We've had many polling failures in the last decade. Some say it's because of the advent of cell phones, loss of landlines. Been a number of factors. There's also the pressure in newsrooms to publish first in this 24/7 news cycle, which I was part of for 2.5 decades. And now you have this rampant disinformation all over the place. Social media barking at you, newsrooms having to respond to social media, even if it's not true. And now we have overseas countries trying to interfere with our elections. So there's many factors in the mix that could really push newsrooms to make the wrong call. And so what I looked at was, in 1948, there were a number of publications that had made this error in calling the race for Thomas Dewey, the Republican New York governor, and not for Harry Truman. They got ahead of themselves by relying on polls. My case study looked at the Kiplinger magazine. Kiplinger magazine was founded by Willard M. Kiplinger, really an outstanding journalist, very important figure whose Kiplinger Washington letter was a major publication in the New Deal, and it talked about how businesses could learn to figure out the New Deal policies. He launched this new magazine after World War II, and this Kiplinger magazine was first personal finance magazine. Kiplinger was very confident that Dewey would win, and so his vision, which actually turned out to be a huge blunder, was he ordered an entire issue of the magazine was going to be focused on what Dewey will do. That was the headline, what Dewey will do. It would hit the mailboxes shortly after the election, and his subscribers would be very impressed with the foresight and the boldness of this journalism. So Kiplinger had a bit of a brand as a forecaster. His Kiplinger Washington letter was seen as a go-to place to understand trends and what would happen next. He had a pretty strong track record for predicting elections. So the plan that began to be hatched in the fall was the entire staff would do an exhaustive issue on how the new Dewey administration would operate. They would look at economic policy, regulatory policy, had all of this journalism was reported, published, set up, ready to go. and they were going to drop it right in the mail. There was an idea of, well, maybe we should have one issue for a Truman victory and another issue for a Dewey victory, but they decided that was too complicated. And plus, the polls were showing Dewey was very, very strong throughout the fall. Some of the editors in the Kiplinger newsroom thought this was an awful idea, and they tried to talk Kiplinger out of it. People were kind of getting laughed out of staff meetings if they objected, and things had proceeded where they had an entire issue ready to go that was going to go out and get mailed the night of the election. Kiplinger even was so confident they took out a full-page advertisement in Time magazine back in that era to run after the election that would really boast this "What Dewey Will Do" issue. So there was apprehension about this on the staff, even though it was hard to sort of articulate it in the staff meetings. And on election day, the chief of staff he said he was nervous as a cat. He was just kind of pacing through the office. Kiplinger told him to chill out and go to the bar, leave the office. He was freaking everybody out. And the bad news started rolling in. People were reporting that a long line in places for Democratic turnout, much longer than they expected. Reports were coming in that Truman was showing quite a bit of strength. And folks asked Kiplinger, you sure you want to go ahead and do this? He said, yeah, that's fine. We're still going to mail out the issue. He ended up going home as he and his wife had a dinner party at their house up in Bethesda. And then the party was getting interrupted with calls from downtown from the staff. And they're saying, we're hearing things aren't going well for Dewey. Maybe we should hold out. About midnight, Kiplinger realized that his prediction was wrong. And he called up the staff member to see if the issue had been mailed out, and they had been. And it was too late to pull it back. Come the next morning, they're getting calls from investors, from subscribers, making fun of them, complaining that they had put investment decisions based on this journalism, asking what was going on. Kiplinger was shocked at this whole thing. He didn't say anything to his staff. It was a huge professional embarrassment. And he went into his office and didn't say much, and then just wrote an apology to his readers. And he said, "Dear subscribers, we're way off on Dewey. We fell flat on our editorial faces. We have no excuses, no alibis. The November issue was full of Dewey. It's a fine job of reporting and analysis of what Dewey will do, except for one little imperfection. Dewey wasn't elected." Some of the readers really appreciated the candor of the letter and the apology, but Kiplinger took a hit. Subscriptions to the Kiplinger Washington letter, which was the cash cow of the company, fell by 13% over the next year. The magazine, oddly, saw its subscriber base rise, but it was still in a pretty high growth phase. But, Kiplinger was not the only one to make this mistake. The New York Times, NBC, Chicago Tribune, many others had made the same prediction that Dewey would have won. So this whole tale about the 1948 election, a really clear warning about what could go wrong tonight in the next couple days in modern newsrooms. Talks about the fallibility of polls. And these polls have underestimated Trump's support among white working class in the 2016 and 2020 elections. This tale also talks about this really strange dynamic in the sociology within the newsrooms, where you have very intelligent journalists like Willard Kiplinger kind of locking into a viewpoint, and they aren't receptive to competing evidence. And you also have the dynamic of a staff trying to challenge the owner and the boss. My takeaway on this, and I hope you enjoyed this tale, is on election night, there's going to be plenty of competition to be first, but you really, really got to get it nailed down and got to get it right. And much better to have it nailed to the floor before you press that send button onto the internet. So thank you again for listening, and best of luck.
You're looking at a live shot from a polling place again in Derry, New Hampshire, where polls close at 8. Looks like across the country, we're hearing turnout has been robust, and we'll start to see a lot more polls begin to close. Florida, Indiana, New Hampshire, South Carolina, Vermont, Virginia at 7:30, North Carolina, Ohio, West Virginia, Alabama at 8, Connecticut, Delaware, District of Columbia, Georgia between 7 and 8, Illinois, Kansas, Maine, Maryland, the list goes on, including Michigan. So a busy day across the country, and so far voting seems to have been mostly trouble-free.
I'm joined now by Sam Jacobs, Times editor-in-chief, and we're going to take a trip down memory lane and talk about Times political cover stories this year. Sam, welcome.
Thank you. Happy to be here with you.
It's great to have you here. This is a big night in the newsroom, pizza night. Okay, if we wanted to look back at cover stories, obviously, by some counts, this race has been going on already for 4 years, by other counts not. Where do you think is a good place for us to start?
I would start in August of last year with a story we did about the state of the Republican race. We began telling the story of the 2024 election in 2023. At that point, we kept waiting for someone in the Republican Party to take over Donald Trump.
Right.
There was the sense that it was impossible for this candidate with this much baggage, who was so unpopular, following January 6th, 91 felony convictions. How on earth could this be the person who would once again captivate the Republican Party? He did it. I mean, It was clear in August. We sent a reporter to Iowa just ahead of the state fair, which is kind of the unofficial kickoff of the Republican primary there, to take the temperature of the voters there. Voters in Iowa spend more time than probably anyone else around the candidates, highly engaged, highly plugged into the political process. And already in August of 2023, Donald Trump was walking away with the nomination in his own party. There were certainly people who we thought would give him a run for his money, but if I look just at this picture, this was the cover that was drawn by Tim O'Brien, who has done some of our best, most memorable political covers.
Right. He paints them, which is a really cool detail.
He paints them on deadline, which is incredible. He can turn around his most recent painting for us. He turned around in 24 hours. And you probably remember Tim's work from some of the famous covers we did during Trump's presidency. There was a series of Trump in the Oval Office as water was rising above his head. Those were all painted by Tim, and you can see the same kind of style return to this. I think, we successfully showed in this image the state of the Republican race, and we captured the spirit of the moment with this line, "Does this ride ever end?"
Right.
Is it possible for anyone in Trump's party, and it truly has become Trump's party, to catch up to him? We had Ron DeSantis there, Nikki Haley,
Right.
Tim Scott, a few other people hanging on to the end of the ride, but Trump was, seats ahead and continued to maintain this lead
Right.
all the way throughout
Right.
the Republican primary.
Yeah, I was struck by a line in the story that says, it's somehow both early and late in the Republican primary campaign of maximum consequence, and then ends with, already it feels too late for anyone to lay a finger on Trump, whose lead in the polls at that point stood at 30 or 40 points. All right, shall we move on then into actual 2024?
Sure. Go ahead, sorry.
No, you go ahead. I think we want to talk about this cover from March. Biden's campaign is in trouble. Will the turnaround plan work, right?
Sure. So this was kind of coming out of the State of the Union. The Biden presidency was saying we're resetting, we're refocusing. We've been kind of holding back and waiting for one person to emerge as leading the Republican Party. And yet, by March of that year, Biden was stuck. Like, this is another illustration for Tim O'Brien. This is,
He's famously on his bicycle.
Exactly.
He looks youthful, let's be honest.
I think we show Biden exercising and both exercised. I think we interviewed 30 different experts, both Democrats and Republicans, strategists, party analysts, and every one of them said if the race were to happen today, this was the end of March 21st, Joe Biden would not be elected president. And obviously, as we move forward across the calendar, we'll see how that story played out. But this was a presidency at that point in the spring that could not get traction.
Right. Despite what the story goes on to say, that he really did have a record to run on, right?
I think, and we can talk about the perspective from the Biden White House, but they were very proud of what they accomplished. They felt like passing the CHIPS Act, passing the IRA, pulling the country out of COVID, it's not been enough, but battling inflation, stock market is at record highs. I mean, they will say that you will see over the next 5 years investments in America that were made possible by Biden, who not only had a successful major legislation move through Congress, but did it at a point in time when most people thought he could not do that, and thought that the agenda was just out of reach.
Right. And I guess stuck is a really good word, because they just couldn't get out of their own way, I suppose, and get that message out there.
There was frustration, this idea that they had a good story to tell, that they were telling it, as is often the case with every White House. They blame the media for not successfully telling the story that they thought that was out there. And yet it just wasn't resonating with voters. I mean, it just, you saw, and you'll see this fall, Republican congressmen, Republican congresswomen running on the achievements of the Biden White House when it comes to local investment in their communities and their districts. But that message was just not getting through to voters.
Right, right. Okay, so then flipping to the other campaign, how far would Trump go? This is April. We put former President Trump on the cover with a line, "If he wins." This is a photograph by Philip Montgomery, black and white portrait.
This
Dramatic.
is probably the kind of highest impact cover that we published this year.
Right.
And
impact meaning audience-wise?
Impact meaning, it to this day, people are still quoting from this interview. You can read news coverage of what the president, former president, says that he'd like to accomplish if he were reelected. And there are very few people, very few publications that had him on the record speaking at length. Obviously, this isn't a candidate who avoids the media. He's someone who loves to be in front of a microphone, but more often than not, particularly at this point in the campaign, you have to remember this was, I think, weeks before when we published this, or maybe we published this the week of that major court appearance in New York in April, that he wasn't really sitting down and talking through what he planned to do.
Right.
And I think having this conversation really helped people understand and focus. And I think, you know, there was a lot of focus on the legal process. That sort of hung over this election, right? But we said with this piece, sure, you know, the former president is going to be in court perhaps more than any other former president or future president potentially. But what matters for the country, what matters for voters in the world is what he says he's going to accomplish in 2024 going forward.
Right. And this story is by Eric Cordeleza. I'm so struck. It just starts with such a zinger, Sam. Donald Trump thinks he's identified a crucial mistake of his first term. He was too nice.
This was not a president, a politician in a kind of softer retrospective mode. And I don't think we catch former President Trump in periods of reflection. But there was certainly this idea that, well, surely he would have to moderate, that he would be presenting himself as a more experienced, wizened, certainly older, but someone who was going to present himself as someone who could bring the country together. And that's never been Donald Trump. And in fact, the question wasn't, you know, his answer to questions like, do you regret firing so many people who served you as president? His answer really is, no, actually, I just waited too long to fire them. That was the problem.
Right. Too nice.
Exactly. He was too nice.
Yes. And then the story goes on to say what emerged in 2 interviews with Trump and conversations with more than a dozen of his closest advisors and confidants were the outlines of an imperial presidency that would reshape America and its role in the world.
And I think the power of this story is, sure, there are lots of people on MSNBC who have said, this guy fancies himself an emperor. This is someone who's not a lowercase d Democrat. He's an authoritarian. But what this story does very successfully, calmly, clearly, is say, this is how he understands himself. This is how he understands what he can accomplish. This is who he's surrounding himself with and what they're saying. And I think it just makes it really clear that this is where he was going to take the presidency.
Right. Okay.
All right, back to Biden then, when he was still in the race. This is our exclusive interview with Joe Biden. I'm struck really by the contrast between these two interviews back to back, right?
They happened within a few weeks of each other. We went to the White House to interview Joe Biden. We spent about a half hour sitting in the executive dining room having a conversation. Massimo Calabresi led the interview. Two of Biden's aides were there, and I joined them. And we spent a conversation focusing on foreign policy. Perhaps the place where the presidency has the most power. And Joe Biden was elected as president under the promise that, remember, he used to lead the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He was vice president. You know, as he says in this piece, he knows people all over the world. This was someone who advertised himself, and I think truly could represent himself as one of the most experienced foreign policy leaders ever to be elected president. You think about in the last 75 years, Eisenhower, George H.W. Bush, and Joe Biden, I think the ones who had the most experience on the world stage before they sat at the Resolute desk. And yet the Biden administration was bedeviled by foreign policy challenges across the presidency, whether that was the withdrawal from Afghanistan, the eruption of war in Ukraine and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, what's happened in the Middle East and Gaza. And now we have Israel and Iran firing rockets back and forth.
Right.
The world is a dangerous place. And in some ways, what this story showed was the limits of power of the American presidency at this moment. Here we have this president who, by all measures, has more command of the global stage than most of his predecessors, and yet he can't sort of drive the global events in the way that he would like. He presents a different argument. He says in the piece, you know, we are the world power, that so many accomplishments are happening because of our leadership, because of American leadership. But it's a very difficult argument to make at this moment.
And interestingly, I mean, American voters aren't often motivated by foreign policy issues, but this year does feel different. Would you agree?
I think so. I mean, I think we'll see in the polling that comes out later this week. But certainly, you know, I would say after the economy, after immigration, after reproductive rights, there's an engagement with the global sphere in a way that we don't often see in a U.S. election.
Right. Okay. I mean, this story, I just have to mention, you know, the ending of this story, the anecdote of Biden offering homemade cookies to the Time team as they're leaving is just...
We spent 90 minutes with him in the executive dining room, in a cabinet room, in the Oval Office. And Joe Biden is still the kind of tactile politician that he's been for his entire career. He's someone who wants to grab you by the lapels, wants to tell you a story about some other Biden, some relative, about what they told him when he was a child. He was very in touch with history, in touch with his role in history, and in touch with the kind of America's place in that history. This portrait also taken by Philip Montgomery, who's the one who photographed that cover with former President Trump on it.
Yep.
This black and white picture is possibly the only portrait that will be published of Biden in the Oval Office.
Interesting. All right. I mean, you mentioned history, but God, it's like the history just never stopped coming at us. The next political cover of the year is July. It's, again, a photograph, incredibly dramatic after the attempt on former President Trump's life at a rally in Pennsylvania.
This will go down as, I think, one of the most memorable images in American political history. Time has had extraordinary photographers who have worked for the magazine, who have worked for Time. This picture is what we call pickup. This is a photograph taken by the Associated Press photographer Evan Vucci. And it is one of the 2 or 3 kind of key images from that day. And I think people saw in this picture, it's kind of a Rorschach test for the American psyche. I mean, what you see in it, there's a sense of failure on behalf of the U.S. Secret Service that this incident would even happen. that we would have a former president speaking in Pennsylvania and to have a shooter have the opportunity to assassinate him, right? There's also in it for the followers of President Trump a sense of the miraculous, right? I mean, the distance between life and death on that day was less than an inch.
Right.
And I think for many, this moment when Mr. Trump pops up, and as we all saw the video, and it continues to play in his own ads, where he yelled, "Fight, fight, fight." I mean, that's what this is a picture of. To have the U.S. flag framing it. Once worked with a photo editor who talked about the power of hands, that some of the best pictures, you go back, you look at Biden's hands on that cover, you see Trump lifting up his fist, you see the hands of the Secret Service.
Right.
It is an amazing image, and it just truly captures one of the most terrifying and extraordinary moments in American history.
It really.
We actually had Eric Cortellessa, who interviewed Trump.
He was there, right?
Mar-a-Lago was at the rally and filed a report from Pennsylvania that day that ran with this cover that published the next day.
Totally. And it's just important just, to remember that the photographers, the reporters are up front. They're the ones that stood up when everybody else is crouching down. This is an incredible scene in so many different ways. I did just want to back up because we did skip one cover, which is Donald Trump convicted in historic New York hush money trial, and that's May. And I think the reason maybe we want to talk about this is we still don't know, whether or not he'll do jail time, and so much of what happens tomorrow or what we find out in the next week or so might change that, right?
That's right. I mean, just at the imagery here, this is created by an artist named Adele Rodriguez. Adele once worked as a designer in Time's art department. And he, along with Tim O'Brien, created some of the most iconic images of Trump on the cover of Time during Trump's first presidency, and was able to sort of capture in the most simplest renderings the emotional depth and qualities of former President Trump. And I think this kind of quick sketch of the orange with the yellow hair became this super memorable stand-in for the president. Here we have, I think he was found guilty on 34 counts, and you have the image of the gavel coming down on him.
And he's still awaiting sentencing.
As you said, I think we're weeks away from sentencing, and we do not know the outcome of that. But, like the moment of the assassination, and we'll talk further, like the moment of Joe Biden stepping down from the race, to watch TV and to experience I don't think there were cameras in the courtroom, so we were watching people get phoned in the results of these convictions and having that sense of guilty, 34 times. We've never had
historic.
We've never had a former president convicted of a felony.
Yeah,
he was convicted of 34 counts in New York, and I think up until the summer, that was kind of the dominant story. Was the president was campaigning from a courthouse, and in fact had to sort of shift his whole campaign around this, and
which is maybe all the more reason why the cover we were just talking about in Pennsylvania after the shooting, it resets the narrative, right?
I mean, there will be films and books written, films made and books written about any one of these days over the course of the next 50 years.
Yeah,
there already are books out about Trump's trials. And just to go from the conviction to the assassination, then to, we'll talk further about the debate and Biden stepping down.
Right. Well, let's do that actually. Shall we move on?
Sure.
So the next covers after the photograph of the assassination attempt. It's sort of back-to-back, a digital cover and a print cover. I mean, these are I love these. They're so just elegantly designed. Do you want to just talk us through its panic?
Well, this is an example of history was moving faster than our magazine could print.
Imagine that.
And so we had, in the course of a couple weeks, these historic events. I was in San Francisco the night of the first debate, and was texting, sending messages back and forth with our creative director, D.W. Pine. You know, D.W. often talks about the power of a Time cover is almost in some ways the ability for the reader to inhabit and respond in it. In some ways, Times covers are kind of the original memes. And when we published this cover the day after the debate, this panic cover, we played with a number of different versions of this. We had Joe Biden walking on stage, Joe Biden walking off stage. We used images of Biden. In fact, we looked at a version with him wearing his aviators, you know, that kind of signature Biden look. But what this picture captures is the moment Biden stepped off the debate stage. And, you know, simplicity is often best. And there was no word that we felt like better captured what was happening within the Democratic Party at that moment than this word panic. And I think here, this is an image we published the day after the debate. And that panic lasted for weeks until, at least for the Democrats, the sense of relief that comes with Joe Biden stepping down, and in 24 hours, Kamala Harris wrapping up her party. I mean, I think that in itself just confounded expectations.
Totally. Yeah, so the next cover then is a Charlotte Alter story called The Reintroduction of Kamala Harris. And she writes, Harris has pulled off the swiftest vibe shift in modern political history.
I think, you know, for what she accomplished, right? And I love we love doing this sort of storytelling across panels in the magazine. For Biden to exit, for her to literally, figuratively walk on stage. The vice president didn't have a great reputation in Washington during her presidency. Opinion, again, in Washington, if not across the United States, hardened around some of these key moments. An interview she gave to Lester Holt, where she was challenged on not going to the border, and she sort of laughed it off and said, well, I haven't been to Europe either. There was a huge amount of turnover in her office. The number of people who worked for her who quit during the course of the period of time that she was vice president was extremely high. And there were a lot of people within her own party who thought that she was not up to the job of becoming president, right? I mean, we think about the vice president as being in training for president. And yet, what we saw over the course of that extraordinary 24-hour period and then the weeks that followed was this outpouring of relief, this sense of possibility. All of the things that were seen as her weaknesses somehow became strengths for people. A sense of authenticity, a sense of looseness and freedom, the word that she used over and over again, joy. All of that is meant to be captured in this image. This is an illustration done by Neil Jameson, who often illustrates portraits for us. He's done everyone from Alexei Navalny to Vladimir Zelensky. This picture you'll see later in the campaign, we had him illustrate J.D. Vance as well. But we were trying to sort of capture, the line says it all, her moment. What were the things that went into this extraordinary about face? And, you know, Time covers often have lives, after lives in ways that we don't predict. This was a cover that former President Trump was fixated on, fascinated with. For about a week after it published, he couldn't stop talking about it at rallies. He bizarrely compared the portrait to Sophia Loren, Elizabeth Taylor, his own wife, Melania Trump. He said that we made Vice President Harris look different than she does. This is an illustration made off of a photograph. It's very true to the picture that was taken. But clearly something about this picture, our selection of putting her on the cover at this moment, got under the former president's skin.
Which segues nicely into the next cover from September, how Kamala Harris knocked Donald Trump off course. Another Tim O'Brien painting.
We like to take presidents in their natural habitats, right? So for Joe Biden, that is on his bike, biking around Rehoboth Beach. For former President Trump, that has been up until this summer on the golf course. He's someone who loves to play golf. And in fact, that memorable exchange between the two at the debate where they were debating each other's handicaps. The president loves golf. And here he is in a trap. in a sand trap, in trouble, with a difficult shot. Because I think the consensus that emerged after his only debate with Vice President Harris was one that she handled him. That she also got under his skin, maybe the way that previous cover was, and was able to trigger him on a number of different questions in a way that she was the dominant performer in that debate. And I think for supporters of the vice president may be worried that this was the moment that was actually the peak of her campaign. That coming out of that debate, she was really strong, that she handled him in a way that few people had. This was the person that her supporters remembered, the one who took on, Brett Kavanaugh, the one who took on other members of the Trump administration in the hearing rooms of the Senate Judiciary. This was the former prosecutor who knew her way around people. And here she was really showing him the command that she had. I think there was a ton of pressure on her for not giving interviews, for not being in these improvised settings. And here she was for 90 minutes holding her own.
Live and on her own. And then it is interesting, Kellyanne Conway she frames it by saying, this is Kamala's salad days, right? But it doesn't get better from here, which she was right about, just given how close the polls look. All right, so then in September, the reinvention of J.D. Vance, right? Trump's perhaps unusual choice for vice president. And this is Eric Cortellessa's lengthy interview, what J.D. Vance says about the future of the Republican Party.
This would be one of the most interesting storylines in a normal campaign. Absent a president stepping down, 2 assassination attempts on a former president, the emergence of Kamala Harris running a 107-day campaign, J.D. Vance's rise within the Republican Party, what it says about the future of the party, and the really tricky path that he took to get there is one of the most interesting stories like I said, in a normal election. And what we have here, Eric Cortellessa, who spent time with former President Trump at Mar-a-Lago on the campaign plane with J.D. Vance, trying to understand how J.D. Vance got to this point in his life. He has an extraordinary biography, memorably captured in Hillbilly Elegy, which was then turned into a film. And he was, at a point in time, one of the most visible critics of Donald Trump from within his own party. And now he is his running mate. And he is, in some ways, as we saw in Senator Vance's debate with Governor Walz, a better spokesperson for Trumpism than Trump, perhaps a more convincing, to those who like Vance, a more likable voice for the ideas that Trump has been putting forward.
Yeah, I mean, the new right, really, what sort of, is there a succinct way to sum up what?
I think Eric Cortellessa goes through the many different pieces of this, but this is a new orientation around economics. It's a new orientation around foreign policy. It's building a coalition of voters inside the Republican Party who really wouldn't maybe not have felt comfortable in George W. Bush's Republican Party or Mitt Romney's or Jeb Bush's, or you can go on. I mean, the idea that kind of an America First vision of the Republican Party, this is not what preceded Donald Trump in office. There were certainly voices within the party that argued for a more restrained presence on the global scene, but these are not the people who are elected president. We think about the Republicans as people who have a robust interventionist foreign policy, who get us lead into things like the Iraq War and other things. Those are Republican policies, but not anymore. And I think J.D. Vance offers a more modern vision of where the Republican Party is going.
Okay, here we are at our very last cover of this 2024 elections, of this race. I mean, obviously we'll have a cover when we know results, but I wanted to talk about the choice here to make this a cover story called Your Vote is Safe. To me, this seems like maybe the most important issue at the heart of what is going on for voters and the American mind, maybe the future of democracy. Would you agree?
This is a really interesting piece to read alongside of reporting that appeared this weekend in the New York Times from Jim Rutenberg, who we have the author of this piece, Bart Gellman, former Time editor at large, Pulitzer Prize winning national security reporter. And we had a question for Bart, which we said, you know, are our votes going to count? We have a party and a former president who has spent a lot of the last 4 years articulating a narrative that, you know, your vote is rigged, democracy isn't working, there are people stealing this election, and the volume and frequency of that kind of commentary has led many
false
people,
commentary, right? I mean,
has led many people, false commentary, to really doubt the strength and integrity of the U.S. election. I mean, Bart writes in this piece, we're embarking on a presidential election in which tens of millions of Americans disbelieve the results in advance. The 2020 election, relatedly, was the only one in American history in which the loser refused persistently to concede.
Right.
And that lack of faith in the election is not just the province of Republicans, but many Democrats also share a kind of sense of fatigue. And so what we said to Bart was, go out and report and tell us, are there ways in which we can reassure people about the state of the election? And if Bart hadn't found that story to be true, he wouldn't publish it. But what he did find, talking to national security officials, talking to secretaries of state and local board members who are all going to be involved in the process, was a sense of security, assuredness. You know, he says, the system, according to everyone I asked, will hold up against Trump's efforts to break it, despite all of the pressure, despite all of the, you know, legal efforts and campaigns and all the money and all the time that's been put in to make people doubt the safety of their vote. You know, we are arguing in this piece, based upon the reporting, that the system will hold up.
Right. Okay. Well, I think on that note, I guess a message to our listeners: if you're in a place where your polls are still open, go out and vote if you haven't done already. Otherwise, Sam, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate your time.
My pleasure.
Okay, this is Phoenix, Arizona, a live shot outside a polling place in Phoenix, where polls are still open. People are still lining up to vote, as you can see. Arizona is actually one of the states where abortion's also on the ballot. It is one of 5 states voting on the issue, which include Arizona, Florida, Missouri, Nebraska, and South Dakota, where abortion is restricted or banned. And if these abortion rights measures pass, that would effectively upend those restrictions in Arizona. Arizona's one of these battleground states. We won't be seeing results for a good long time, but if you look at the top of your screen right now, what you are seeing is early Electoral College numbers that are starting to come in, as called by the Associated Press. And these are the states where you're starting to see the numbers. Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, called for Trump. Vermont, 3 for Harris. The rest of the map's starting to be filled in. Those lighter colors are still counting, in process. I'm joined now by Philip Elliott, senior correspondent based in Washington, D.C. Happy Election Day to you, Phil.
Happy day indeed. It's here.
How many elections have you covered for Time so far?
So for Time, I joined Time in early 2015, so I guess this is my 3rd presidential with Time.
Okay. And have you been busy today, Phil?
I have been on call after call, Zoom after Zoom, asking people to explain to me what I'm looking at in some of this data. Early vote numbers, we've got our first cut of the exit polls here, and most importantly and most notably, what I'm reading in terms of election security, election interference,
Right.
What is actually happening on the ground at the polling places, and how are the voters, the customers really of this election day, what is their customer experience like when they're going to the polls?
Yeah.
What are they finding? Are they feeling safe? And really, what are they seeing? What are they feeling? And what are the consequences of this user experience
Sure.
on what the output will be when we start counting votes?
Maybe we should step back a little bit and talk about why this is such a big story. I mean, there have been a lot of concerns maybe that this process wouldn't go smoothly.
Exactly. I mean, every 4 years we have this um, worry about, okay, are there going to be enough polling machines? Are the polling machines going to work? Just even as in the last week, our ballot box is going to be set on fire. Do we have faith in the computer systems? Can they be hacked? What happens when there are typos on the ballot? Do those ballots end up counting? Do they not? What happens if there's flooding? Every little keep in mind, we don't have one national election. We have thousands of elections that take place in each local municipality precinct, and every one of them is susceptible to their own little quirks. And we try to get it as consistent as possible as a country. But when you have every state and the District of Columbia are administering them in slightly different ways with very different rules about even when you can vote.
Yeah.
What format are you using? Are you getting it by mail? Do you have to go in person? Is there an early vote? Is there early vote in person? Is there paper provisional vote? Everything's a little different. So you try to right size these expectations and standardize them. But this is the the blessing and the curse of federalism. Every state is allowed to do things their own way.
Yeah, right. And so far, so good, right? I mean, yay, America, or no?
No, that's kind of the headline. I was talking to the head of Common Cause earlier today, and she told me the elections are doing what they're supposed to do. The system is working. That said, there are some hiccups, and they're important to notice. But by and large, there haven't been widespread problems. And this late on election day, if there were going to be manifest problems, if problems were going to manifest themselves, we would have seen it by now. Generally, we see these problems at the start of the day when machines don't start or, polling places don't open on time because, frankly, volunteers didn't get there in time or poll workers ended up in traffic. So there are these little hiccups. And by and large, state boards of election or county boards, whatever is the controlling authority, they've largely said, okay, you got a 30-minute late start. You can have an extra 30 minutes at the end of this just to make sure that everyone has the full time to exercise their rights in this democracy.
Yeah.
There have been a few hiccups that have to be noticed. There are a couple bomb threats that were phoned in, apparently from Russia into Georgia, which is really disturbing.
Have you ever heard of that before?
Not so explicitly and not disclosed in real time. It was very quick for authorities to very publicly say, this is the work of Russia. To be clear, there were to this point, no signs that the bombs were actually ever there. There was foreign effort to scare people away from voting, honestly. And that is really not, I don't care what side you're on this politically. That's just not cool. You want, the only way this works is if everyone believes the results are credible. And when you have people not voting because they're afraid they're going to be blown up, that's just, that is straight out of the 1950s and 60s voter intimidation. That is not where we want to be.
Totally. But it's voter intimidation coming from an outside actor, which is even.
Yeah, not cool. If you believe in the American experiment here. There are a couple others that are just, they're kind of remarkable. For instance, in Texas, in San Antonio area, a person in a MAGA hat showed up at the voting place, and you're not allowed to do electioneering inside voting places. I'm not even allowed in to talk to voters in most of these places, let alone in any way for advocates to try to persuade people to vote a certain way. He was asked to leave. He allegedly assaulted an election worker, and police report says he's facing a 3rd-degree assault charge. So there are always these little things that add up. But by and large, in Florida, there was this 20-minute delay in Doral County for a suspicious package. So every state has their little things that not little if you're an election worker and afraid that there's a bomb somewhere in the school. But by and large, things are working the right way. There are I'm not exaggerating when I say there are tens of thousands of volunteers looking over the shoulders of election workers, tens of thousands of lawyers on the ground ready to adjudicate anything that might seem
Right.
any way hinky in any way.
Yeah.
And really, you've got a ton of people. Common Cause alone fielded 6,000 calls today. They have done 45,000 calls since July 1 of people who have questions about voting and real time and want to make sure they have access to the polls. So really, the system is clicking along. The advocates and the voting rights people are really getting this right in a big way, which was not always guaranteed even a week ago. There was a lot of worry about what this was going to look like, whether we were going to devolve into chaos. I mean, I'm here in downtown DC, and the area around the White House has storefronts boarded up already for fear of this election going sideways in a big way.
Right.
And I'm really relieved to this point on election night. Those fears might have been overblown.
Right. I hope that you're right. For the sake of all of us. I did just want to ask you a question about a story you wrote earlier. The polls may be way off, but that doesn't mean the election was rigged. I'm curious, you've written a lot about polling.
Yes.
I've read them all. I'm curious, what the significance of polling in this election cycle has been, and sort of the role of the poll, if you will, and why it matters now.
Right. So, I mean, over the last couple cycles, we've really gamified politics, and people have started substituting polls as substitutes for actual votes. Right. And there's this, if you're basically treating this like a fantasy football league, that's
which is
fun.
Like the most American thing ever, is it not?
Exactly. And we love this for us, and I'm as guilty of this as anyone. But you start putting too much weight, you put too much confidence in the polls. The polls are by definition only right about 95% of the time. There's usually about 1 in 20 chance that the poll is just junk. That is just the nature of public opinion research science, and that is just the cost of doing business. The problem is, especially since President Trump, then candidate Trump, he took polls to be predictive, and when things didn't match, when vote counts did not match the polls, he took that, and it has to be said, wrongly, as an indication that something was rigged. Just because the polling doesn't match the votes doesn't mean the polling was wrong, doesn't mean the votes are wrong. Both can be right, because polling by its definition is outdated the minute it's printed off.
Right.
That it is a snapshot of a very limited time of a universe that data scientists, wonks, nerds, for lack of a better word, they anticipate and model who they think is going to show up on election day, and make sure that that is reflected in the polling. The sample is adjusted to account for that. For instance, if 40% of the votes are expected to be men, they should really only represent 40% of the people talked to. And if it's going to be 60% women, you might repeat some of those women, female respondents in the poll, to make sure that they account for 60% of the responses. It's just polling 101. Right. But not everyone took that data science course in college. Not everyone really enjoyed their stats class the way I did. So you have to
guilty.
This is armchair statistics here, but you end up weaponizing these polls, especially when your candidate is doing well in the polls, and then the numbers don't always match. So really, I wrote a piece this morning that it would do everyone really well to not even look at the polls today. The numbers going into today are not necessarily going to be the numbers coming out of today, and really you can't treat them with the same weight. There's only, it's a horrible cliche, and I want to smack it out of the mouth of everyone who says it to me, but the only poll that matters is the one taken on election day. But there actually is accuracy in that. So as we sit here, and the first votes are starting to come in and be tallied, so just keep hitting refresh on the returns, either on time.com, we have a lovely interactive there, or any other Secretary of State site, or just go through any other of our colleagues' data reporting and look at those. Just don't even look at the polls. The polls right now will tell you nothing about what happened today. and
That's amazing.
just step away from the polls.
Yep.
We've all become addicted to them because they're the closest substitute we have until election day. Well, you know what? We don't need the cheap substitute now. We actually have real votes that are being cast and counted.
Right.
Those are what matters. The polling to this point, tens of millions of dollars have been spent on them. Billions of hours have been wasted reading them and trying to look at. I've wasted so much.
Yeah.
I have wasted so many hours of our editor's time doing this research. But it is now. It's time for us to look at the real numbers, not the imagined ones.
Well, here we are on the day when the only poll that matters is actually coming in. And as a reminder, time is following the Associated Press calls today. So that's where we'll be getting our real-time data from. Phil, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. And we'll check back in with you as the night goes on.
I'll be around.
I appreciate it. Take good care.
You too.
Bye-bye. Okay, you're looking there at the Electoral College map as the votes start to come in. Polls are starting to have closed in many places. And I just want to remind folks, again, this is a very careful, slow process for a reason, because accuracy. So what you are seeing here is really, it will take a while for us to have final numbers. It could take days, right? In the last election, took several days. I wanted to talk a little bit about early voting, because more than 80 million people have voted early before today. That's like half of projected voters, which is a lot. And early voting itself is a relatively new idea for a lot of Americans. In 1972, roughly 95% of voters voted in person at their local polling places. That was a one-day, come in, vote, and that would be that. And then slowly over the next 50 years, we started to see more and more options. You can see that the map's starting to fill in ever more. Again, the lighter colors are places where numbers are still being counted. Super interesting. Back to early voting, as I was saying. In 2020, in the middle of a pandemic, all of a sudden voting early or by mail became a very appealing option for a lot of people who were concerned, obviously, about their personal health. More than 110 million Americans voted early, in person or by mail. That was like 70% of everyone who voted in that election. We won't know the final total number of 2024 voters for weeks until all the results are fully counted, but pre-election voting is expected to make up about 50% of all ballots, sort of similar to what happened in the 2022 midterms. If we want to talk about key swing states, North Carolina and Georgia, both saw record numbers of people participate in early in-person voting, with the totals in Georgia exceeding the numbers from 2020. And North Carolina was still lower than 4 years ago, though. Just wondering if there are any other numbers that I want to tell you about as we continue to look here at the map. There are different kinds of advance voting. It's not all early voting, but specifically it's called voting before Election Day. It includes both voting by mail and in-person voting conducted before Election Day. And when you vote in person early, this is not surprising, I suppose. It's kind of like voting in person on Election Day. They even give you a sticker. It says, I'm an early voter. But you would know that if you've voted already. And mail-in voting is different, but obviously involves the mail. Actually, Oregon only has mail-in voting, which is interesting. And
Yeah, it's in 2020. I think we all know early voting was sort of a partisan thing, in part based on candidate Trump at that time telling people not to. But this time, 2024, it seems to be a bipartisan effort. And I don't know, if I were a betting man, I would say early voting, it's here to stay.
Hi, my name's Chantal Lee. I'm a reporter for Time, and I've been covering abortion in the lead up to this election. This election breaks a new record for the highest number of states that have abortion-related measures on the ballot. This year, there are 10 states that are going to be voting on the issue. Voters in Arizona, Colorado, Florida, Maryland, Missouri, Montana, Nevada, New York, and South Dakota are all going to decide whether to amend their state's constitution to include protections for reproductive rights. And Nebraska is the first state to have two competing abortion initiatives on the same ballot since the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade in 2022. One of the measures in Nebraska would enshrine in the state constitution the right to abortion until fetal viability or later if needed to protect the pregnant person's health, while the other would amend it to incorporate a ban on abortion in the second and third trimesters with exceptions for rape, incest, or medical emergencies. In 5 of the states that are voting on this issue this year, Arizona, Florida, Missouri, Nebraska, and South Dakota, there are currently bans or restrictions on abortion. And so if their abortion rights measures pass, that would effectively upend those restrictions. So far, since 2022, voters have sided with abortion rights every time the issue has been on the ballot. One of the most closely watched abortion-related ballot measures this year is in Florida. The state currently prohibits abortion after 6 weeks of pregnancy, which is before many people even know they're pregnant, and it carries some exceptions. If the measure passes, and it needs 60% of the vote to pass, it would effectively upend the state's current restriction and enshrine the right to abortion up until fetal viability or later, if necessary, to protect the pregnant person's health within the state constitution. Trump had initially suggested that Florida's 6-week ban was too strict and indicated that he would vote in favor of the abortion ballot measure, but he later backtracked and said that he would vote against it. After he cast his ballot, Trump was asked twice by reporters about the state's abortion rights ballot measure. And at first he evaded the question, repeating a sentiment that he's expressed throughout the campaign cycle, that he did a great job bringing it back to the states, a reference to the 3 Supreme Court justices he nominated who voted to overturn Roe v. Wade in 2022. But when asked a second time about the Florida ballot measure, Trump said to the reporter, quote, "You should stop talking about it."
Hi, my name is Solcire Burga, and I'm a reporter at Time Magazine specializing in student loans and LGBTQ issues, but I've also been covering the 2024 election. This year, there are 34 Senate seats up for grabs that could give either Democrats or Republicans control of the Senate. Democrats currently have 47 seats, and there are 4 independent senators that caucus with them, and Republicans have 49. So Democrats have a slim majority, but it's really unclear who could take control of Congress. And obviously, that could affect the president and whether they're able to enact their agenda and their vision for the country. So in West Virginia, Senator Joe Manchin announced that he was retiring, and the race was up for grabs there, and ultimately it went to the Republican governor, Jim Justice. So the Republican Party took 1 seat from a candidate that caucused with Democrats. There are also other highly watched Senate races in Texas where Democrats are hoping that Representative Colin Allred will take Ted Cruz's seat, but that is really unclear. In Montana, 3-time incumbent Senator John Tester is also up against former Navy SEAL Tim Sheehy, who received an endorsement from former President Donald Trump. There are a lot of Senate seats up for grabs, and it's really unclear who's going to be taking control of both the Senate and the House of Representatives.
Hi, it's Brian Bennett. I'm a senior correspondent for Time, and I'm talking to you from Time's Washington Bureau. We're watching the results come in on election night, and the race is still too close to call. Some of these key states, not enough votes have yet been counted to really make a judgment call. The thought is that by the end of the night, we may see results that are close enough to call for Georgia, North Carolina, and Michigan, all three important states. Right now, Georgia, Trump seems to have a slight edge in Georgia, and it's going to be tough for Harris to win there, but there are still a lot of votes outstanding. In North Carolina, it looks like Harris is doing a little bit better than expected, but again, it's still too early to call. And then when you look at Michigan, not enough votes have really been tallied to make a call on that yet. So we're going to be watching those very closely. We'll be getting some partial results later in the night from Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Arizona, but we really won't know the results from those states probably until tomorrow morning. And so it's still possible that we won't know the outcome well into Wednesday because some of those key outstanding states will have yet to come in. And that brings me to some of the important court cases that Trump's campaign and Harris's campaign have been fighting over in recent weeks, that if it's very close in states like Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Michigan, could really have a bearing on the final vote count. For example, in Pennsylvania, there was a court battle over mail-in ballots. Republicans wanted to make sure that if mail-in ballots came in and the secrecy sleeve wasn't used properly, Republicans wanted those votes thrown out and the voters to not be allowed to try to file provisional ballots. Well, the court blocked that effort and said that a voter who misused the secrecy sleeve in the mail-in ballots could file a provisional ballot at the voting booth, and that provisional ballot would end up being counted on its own. Also in Pennsylvania, the Supreme Court stepped in and ruled that the state Supreme Court stepped in and ruled that thousands of mail-in ballots couldn't be counted because a date was incorrectly written on the outside of the envelope. So that decision could very well be contested again in legal proceedings over the next couple of weeks. And there are thousands of ballots that were sent in by mail and had the date incorrectly put on the outside of the ballot. Democrats sued in court and said, look, if those ballots arrived on or before Election Day, it doesn't matter what date was written on it because the ballot actually got to its destination in time for the vote to count. And Republicans and Trump's campaign argued that if the date wasn't correctly entered on the envelope in the mail-in ballot, that wasn't following the strict rules of the election and that those ballots shouldn't be counted at all. So Pennsylvania Supreme Court did rule that those ballots need to be set aside. They won't be counted, but it's possible that could be subject to future litigation if the count in Pennsylvania is really close. Then looking over at Virginia, Virginia in recent weeks has been fighting to protect its governor's decision to sign an executive order that checked the voter rolls against state DMV records in order to kick out people on the voter rolls that the state suspected were not citizens. A number of people who claimed to be U.S. citizens were kicked off the voter rolls in that process and sued, but a court ruled that purge was allowed to stand. So that could be subject of additional litigation if the vote in Virginia is close. Also in Arizona, there have been legal battles over the voter rolls that if the vote is close there, could be subject to litigation over who is qualified to vote. And then another thing I'd highlight probably in the courts is a battle about overseas ballots. So these are ballots cast by Americans living overseas and mailed in to states like Michigan, North Carolina. And Republicans have challenged state laws in Michigan, North Carolina that allow voters, for example, military service people living overseas, to vote in that state's elections if, for example, their parents live in that state. And Republicans said, well, if the service member or American is living overseas hasn't actually resided in that state, then they shouldn't be allowed to vote in that state. And they failed at trying to get that passed. Then in Pennsylvania, Republicans also demanded that all overseas ballots be set aside, but that died in court. Now, again, if we get to a point where there's a very close count in Michigan, North Carolina, or Pennsylvania, even though those efforts to disqualify some of those overseas ballots or set them aside have failed in court, you could see the Trump campaign trying to once again file some more legal cases about those overseas ballots. So as we look at the map here on election night, it's a very close race, and we have to see a lot play out over the next several hours and possibly even several days before we have a result.
Thanks for staying with us tonight for Time's ongoing election night coverage. You can see here the scenes from election night watch parties. The Harris campaign on the left is at Howard University in Washington, D.C. And on the right, that's Trump campaign watch party at the Mar-a-Lago property in West Palm Beach, Florida. We will be keeping you updated here with speeches or any other activity that's happening from these two places, of course, as well as continuing to show you the map as polls have closed in most places except for very western states. And at the top of the screen, you can continue to see the tally of Electoral College votes as we know them. And again, a reminder, this could take a while, so we will be here to make sure to get this right for you for however long it takes.
Trump just 30%. When we come to the end of the night, these numbers are meaningless. When we come to the end of the night, where's Harris and where's Trump? Where's Trump? Is he getting more black voters? Is he getting any of that Arab American vote? Last time I was out there, Trump's prospects weren't great. There were a lot of people saying they might vote for Jill Stein or just skip the presidential line because of their anger at the White House over that. Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, at the moment, shaded red still. Again, we're not done, but for Donald Trump, that would be recreating the 2016 map. He's leading in Wisconsin, he's leading in Pennsylvania. Right now he's trailing in Michigan. But he's getting close, right? He's getting close. So he's at 51% right now, 106,000 votes ahead in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Only at 56%, though. Only at 56% reporting, so a long way to go. So you're asking what's missing. Again, let's just see what's outstanding. Start there. And you step back and look at that. You see there's still, the small circle means not a lot of people live there. But you see a lot of places where Donald Trump's still going to get votes, and I'll come back to that in a minute. But you see a lot of rural areas where you still have outstanding votes, right? And then at home, your eyes tell you, oh, look, Philly in the suburbs, huge. Lehigh Valley right here, Allentown, Harrisburg over here, right? Pittsburgh over there, bigger blue circles. That tell you, you're right if you think that means there's math out there for the vice president to catch up. You're absolutely right. That means there's math out there for the vice president to catch up. But do not underestimate these. Just do not underestimate these. This is Beaver County, Bedford County, excuse me. We're at 81%. Donald Trump's getting 83% of the vote. It's not a ton of votes, but he's getting 83% of the votes. Then you come over here. If you watch David Urban on our air, these are the counties he looks at all the time. Western Pennsylvania. This is Washington County, 72% of the vote in. Trump getting 60%. Let's compare it. Trump getting 61, he's 61%. So he's running about roughly what he did last time there. I guess you could argue whether or not he needs to improve on that or not. Beaver County, this is a key Trump country out here, 66%. See about a 10,000 vote margin. This is a medium-sized rural county, right? Some of them are a couple hundred votes. This one here, you're doing some business. Again, in a state that's very close, you take 10,000 extra votes. Only 33% of the vote in here. Trump's at 66%. Almost more importantly, can she match Joe Biden? In counties you lose, can you at least be competitive? Can you at least pick up votes? She's at 33% in Beaver County. White, working class, blue-collar workers. Joe Biden at 40%. That's a big difference. That's a big margin. Again, we're not done with the count. We're not done with the count there. That's 33% of the vote. There's a long way to go. But if you're in the vice president's campaign, and you had Senator Fetterman out there for you, trying to help you. The vice president herself was out campaigning in the Pittsburgh area just the other day. You want to improve your standing there. You know Donald Trump's going to win those counties. You're just trying to cut into his margins in a close state. Bedrock for the Democrats will go west to east. Second largest county in Pennsylvania. There are 67 of them in all. Again, 74%, so more votes to count in Pittsburgh. Suburbs around it, Allegheny County used to be steel country, much different, diversified economy.
If you look at the back of that machine, there's a red sticker on the back of that machine. That effectively acts as the seal to prove that it hasn't been broken. But there's also a locking mechanism on the back of those machines. Now, those machines operated until the afternoon, and no one noticed that the stickers were in place, but the locking mechanisms hadn't been engaged. A Republican observer noticed that, raised the red flag, brought it with the city officials. The city officials say they believe that the integrity of the vote was never compromised, but out of an abundance of caution, some 31,000 ballots had to go back to the starting point, start all over again. We've got 107,000 ballots out here. Last report, some 43,000 ballots had been through the process. We expected to get some final numbers from the city of Milwaukee around 1 or 2 a.m. The city can't speculate when we'll get the final numbers now. We just know that it's going to be later. The city is trying to pass this off as an abundance of caution, but you've had some Republican leaders out here, like Senator Ron Johnson, who said that this is simply unacceptable. They had a long time to preserve the integrity of this, to make sure that these machines were locked, a simple step in the process. They're not happy with it. We heard from the RNC chairs, Laura Trump, Michael Whatley, saying this is an unacceptable example of incompetence. So they're trying to get this thing done. They're hoping this doesn't really stretch into tomorrow, but they are anticipating that the vote will now continue into the early mornings, the early hours of Wednesday. Guys, back to you.
Just to be clear, Mike, they're saying that they're going to keep counting. Like Pennsylvania has said, they're going to keep going. They're not going to stop and go home and take a break. And
Trump with Latinos in Pennsylvania by 42 points. So that is a huge movement for Trump in narrowing that gap. Similar story in Michigan. You see the Latino vote makes up 6% of the share. Sorry, not a similar story, reverse. Donald Trump is winning the Latino vote in Michigan with 60% of the vote. Harris, 35% of the vote. That's a 25% advantage for Trump among Latinos. That is a big change when Biden won Latinos in Michigan by 11 points 4 years ago. That's a 36-point swing in the margin. And if you look at Wisconsin, Harris is at 61% among Latinos, Trump at 38%. Again, 6% of the electorate. These margins matter. That is about where Biden and Trump were 4 years ago. So not a lot of change in the Latino vote in Wisconsin, but a lot of change in Michigan and Pennsylvania towards Trump.
Fascinating stuff, David Chalian. Thanks so much. And let's talk about this with my panel here. Dana Bash, your thoughts?
I mean, Pennsylvania and Michigan, in particular Pennsylvania, because there has been so much focus on the Latino vote in Pennsylvania, especially the Puerto Rican population there, since the Madison Square Garden debacle. Even Donald Trump and the people around him, even though they're not saying it publicly, believe that what that comedian did was not helpful. And yet, according to this exit poll, it shows that let's stick with Trump, that Trump is doing way better than he did 4 years ago with that very population, the Latino population overall, not necessarily with Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, and let's face it, even before the garbage remark, Trump was making a very concerted effort. He thought, and obviously had reason to believe, that he could make some gains with Latinos, particularly with Latino men. I think there are economic issues that all people are facing. Also, I think cultural issues. There is a real social conservatism, among Latinos, and one of the ads that Trump and a lot of people sort of wondered about, or played, I think, more than any other, was the transgender ad. And you wonder if it did actually score with social conservatives, and in winning votes for him and turning them away from Kamala Harris. Whatever the reason, you can see tremendous gains. I mean, in Michigan, it's extraordinary, just a flip.
We're also used to considering this by straight identity, where the identity that might be key here is rural. And I'd love to hear from John about where the kind of Hispanic heartland is. Where are these voters? And we're looking at the blue wall for a reason, where we're not necessarily talking about the border. You're not necessarily having this fight over your identity. You are the ideal Trump voter in that you are rural and you are more socially conservative. Since Madison Square Garden, we've been talking, John King, if you're over there at the map, about two particular towns in Pennsylvania, Allentown and Reading. I believe it's Lehigh County and Berks County. Do we have any sense of where the votes are there?
So here, this map you're looking at now just shows you there's not a very large Latino population in Pennsylvania. I'll put that into context in just a minute. But where you do see the deeper shading is where you have the higher population of Latino voters. So you see the concentration in Allentown, that's Lehigh County, and you see the concentration in the Reading area, that's Berks County. You're correct about that. I just want to come out, nationally, so you see the look. Like Pennsylvania has nowhere near the Latino population of Florida or Texas or Arizona, but in a battleground state, a small population can make the difference, right? So let's come off that and come back into Pennsylvania 2024. Where were they? This is the interesting part. The exit polls are taken of people as they leave the polls, right? We're still counting votes. So some of this may not have kicked in yet in the math, if you will. People say that when they leave the polls. We don't know what precincts or Allentown are in. I don't anyway out here right now. Some of our people can jump at me if they do, if they have that information. But Lehigh County, the 10th largest of the 67 counties in Pennsylvania. It's important. It's a blue-collar county. So 53 to 45 right now, only 43% of the vote. So let's watch and see when we get higher up if this percentage changes. But just come out of this and look at 2020. Right, Joe Biden, she's about matching Joe Biden. Trump's at 46. I'm going to focus on him. So you come here, he's at 45. And then Berks County here, I come down to. I spent a lot of time in Berks County in this campaign, and it's gone back to being Republican. It was blue earlier, and we're at 92%. So maybe a little bit there, Jake. We'll study a little bit more closely as we go through this.
All right, we have some projections right now. CNN can project that Iowa will go to Donald Trump as expected. Iowa and its 6 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump, CNN can project. CNN can also project that Kansas will go to Donald Trump. Kansas and its 6 electoral votes will 3/4 of the vote in there. In Virginia, 75% of the estimated vote. And then in New Mexico, Kamala Harris with 53.2% of the vote. In the lead there, Donald Trump has 44.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48,589 more votes than Donald Trump right now, with an estimated 65% of the vote. Still about a third of the vote left to count in New Mexico. And Boris Sanchez has a new projection for us in the fight for control of the U.S. Senate. Boris?
Yeah, Jake, a handful of important projections to bring you, beginning with history being made in the state of Maryland. There, the executive of Prince George's County, Democrat Angela Alsobrooks, will defeat former two-term Republican Governor Larry Hogan. She becomes the first African-American person ever elected to the Senate from the state of Maryland. Another projection to bring you, this one from the state of Delaware. Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester defeats Eric Hansen, a former Walmart executive, the Democrat here becoming the first woman and the first African-American person ever elected to the Senate from Delaware. A projection to bring you in the Northeast, this time in New York. There, incumbent Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, a former presidential candidate, she will win her third full term in office as she defeats former NYPD detective Mike Sapricone. Let's get you some updates on the Republican side, beginning with the Lone Star State of Texas. Going into the night, Democrats had optimism about potentially flipping this seat from red to blue instead. Republican incumbent Ted Cruz wins re-election, cruising to his third term against Democrat Colin Allred, a congressman from the Dallas area, a former Tennessee Titans middle linebacker. Cruz here winning by a substantial margin in the Lone Star State. An update now from Mississippi. There, incumbent Republican Roger Wicker wins his third full term, defeating civil rights attorney Ty Pickens. Re-election for Wicker in Mississippi. An update now from one of the reddest states in the country, Wyoming. There, incumbent Republican Senator John Barrasso wins his fourth term as he defeats Scott Morrow, a union official who touts his black belt in Taekwondo on his campaign website. Barrasso re-elected in Wyoming. Some more projections to bring you, beginning in Missouri. There, incumbent Republican Senator Josh Hawley, perhaps best known for being the first senator to object to certifying the 2020 election results in favor of Joe Biden, he defeats Democrat Lucas Kunz to win re-election in Missouri. Meantime, in Nebraska, this special election, Pete Ricketts, a former governor there, he defeats Preston Love Jr., a former campaign manager for Jesse Jackson's presidential campaign in 1984. This is to serve out the term left by retired Republican Senator Ben Sasse. An update from North Dakota now. There, incumbent Republican Senator Kevin Cramer wins his second term, defeating engineering professor Katrina Christensen. Cramer re-elected in North Dakota. So what do all these results mean for the magic number that Republicans need to take control of the U.S. Senate? Remember, they started out the night needing 2 Democratic seats to flip the chamber. Right now, that number, with a pickup in Republicans are
Okay, so polls have just closed on the West Coast, and you're seeing that reflected here on the map, which has been updated now to show California and Washington for Harris. So it's 11 o'clock here. On the East Coast, polls closed in Pennsylvania at 8 p.m. with the exception of one county that stayed open till 10. Again, Pennsylvania, very close, still too soon to call. And earlier tonight, Governor Josh Shapiro urged calm and patience as those votes are still being counted.
Good evening, everyone. I want to thank you for being here. It's about 8:30 p.m. on Election Day, and that means, with the exception of a few polling places that remain open for additional time under judges' orders, polls are now closed across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Across our Commonwealth today, we've seen high turnout and long lines. If you were in line to vote by 8 p.m., I ask you to please stay in line. You're eligible to vote, and you will be permitted to cast your ballot. Please, please, please be patient and remain in line. We've also been made aware that in the course of the last hour, multiple bomb threats have been called into polling locations and municipal buildings across Pennsylvania. My team and I have been in direct communication with Pennsylvania State Police Colonel Christopher Paris, who is coordinating with local and federal law enforcement as well as PEMA. State and local law enforcement, along with the FBI, are investigating these threats, and thus far there is no credible threat to the public.
As in every election, a few Pennsylvania counties reported isolated, localized issues at the precinct level. Those counties worked quickly to address those issues. The only countywide issue that we encountered today was in Cambria County, where the court took appropriate action to extend voting hours to 10 p.m. tonight so that all voters can have the opportunity to cast their vote.
Now, the most polls are closed. Local election officials across the Commonwealth, along with thousands of trained volunteers, have begun counting the votes here in Pennsylvania. As these votes are counted, they will be reported to the Department of State, and we will post live results at the website at electionreturns.pa.gov. I want to reassure Pennsylvania and all the folks across the country who are paying attention to our Commonwealth that every legal eligible vote will be counted accurately and that the will of the people will be respected. I also want to reassure Pennsylvanians that our county partners know how to process and count votes accurately. Secretary Schmidt has spent the last year visiting all 67 counties and meeting with election staff all across Pennsylvania. His great team at the Department of State has been working with our county partners over the last 2 years to train election clerks all across Pennsylvania and ensure that they are ready to administer elections freely and fairly. All 67 counties are now prepared and ready to process and count ballots securely and accurately. I've been asked many times over the last several months what improvements have been made since the last presidential election here in Pennsylvania. Let me walk you through a few of the differences. First, all 67 counties now have far more experience handling and processing mail ballots. Since 2020, our election partners have successfully administered 8 elections that saw a large percentage of votes cast by mail. Second, county officials have purchased new equipment that allow them to process votes more quickly. And thanks to Act 88, which became law in 2022, counties are now mandated to count votes continuously through the night until they've completed the task. And third, in 2020, about 2.5 million Pennsylvanians voted by mail, which meant 2.5 million mail ballots had to be processed and counted. This year, it appears that the final number of mail ballots needing to be processed and counted will be closer to 2 million. That's not a reflection on the energy around the presidential race or any race in Pennsylvania or a reflection of Pennsylvanians' interest in voting. Rather, it is a reflection of how people chose to vote, and it seems that more people showed up at the polls in person today than in 2020.
All right, let's go now to Raleigh, North Carolina, where Republican Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson lost the race for North Carolina governor to the state's Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein. You may remember in September, a CNN investigation linked Robinson to dozens of inflammatory and racist comments on a porn forum. But since that CNN report, many Republicans, including Donald Trump, distanced themselves from the lieutenant governor, and Mr. Stein has been ahead in the polls since then, really. All right, let's listen now to Governor-elect Josh Stein, now from Raleigh.
And to the thousands and thousands of people from every corner of this state who helped to build this campaign, I am forever grateful for your support. Thank you for believing in the promise of North Carolina. And if I didn't earn your vote in this election, I hope to earn your trust by working hard for you as your governor. I pledge to listen and work across party lines to do what's right for North Carolina, because no person or party has a monopoly on good ideas. To all of the smart and smart aleck young people on my campaign, thank you for the long days and late nights. Thank you for the hard and high quality work. And thank you for the laughter along the way. They, by the way, are incredible. Tonight, let's celebrate this hard-fought victory, and tomorrow we will get back to work to building a North Carolina that's safer, stronger, and more prosperous for everyone. Thank you, and may God bless you, and may God bless the state of North Carolina. Thank you.
Trump headquarters and the cheers coming up. We're told the former president is there, as well as J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance. They are getting ready to hear from former President Donald Trump. Again, at 267, not there yet, but looking at where that vote is in Wisconsin, where the vote is in Michigan, where the vote is in Nevada and in Arizona, where the vote is in Michigan, where the vote is in Nevada and in Arizona. There is no path, Brit Hume, for Vice President Harris, and just 30,000 feet what this means.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when Richard Nixon was declared dead in 1962. Remember the famous speech he said, "You don't have Nixon to kick around anymore." No one could imagine after that failed race for governor that he could have come back in 1968 and been elected president. That was a hell of a comeback. This, to my eye, was a man who was faced with many more slings and arrows than Nixon had been at that time, hated though he was by the Democrats. This surmounts that. This is an extraordinary comeback.
Dana.
He campaigned so energetically, ruthlessly, fiercely, and with more joy than Kamala Harris. And it was so clear that Joe Biden was not going to be able to go the distance. If Joe Biden were still on the ticket tonight, who knows what tonight might have even looked like.
Trump and the Trump family, accompanied by Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much. Wow. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance, because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved them. It is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people. that will allow us to make America great again. Oh, we're going to. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great job. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden. We call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her. She's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, And I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires went down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a ball, a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelp boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bussin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.